yeah, there's a vase right there. It's the crap, Mike. Oh shit, let me fix it. My bad. Good call, sausage toast. There we go. Woo! Stupid snowball. That's me attacking the snowball mic for betraying me. Sometimes it just doesn't feel like working, especially when I launch a new game. Hey, welcome back, Phoenix. How you doing, brother? Yeah, it's time. We're on the very last case, the DLC case, the turnabout case. We were investigating, I believe, because this trial is like absurdly long. It was like a full stream and some change, but it's not gonna be another 5 hours. So this is absolutely, unequivocally the last stream, like super sure. Hello? Hi, Gumshoe. Why is he so sad? What else do I need to do? So we just, we've entered the police chief's. That's right, it was his safe. So we know now that he was presumably the same guy who, if we can get there... Oh, we can't go there anymore. The evidence room, keycard 7777777 had entered the evidence room early in the day. And we just used that same code here in the chief's office to unlock his safe. Which means the chief is up to no good. He was in the scene of the crime. Right, that's what I last figured out. Let's go to the detention center. Hello. This is like one of the most ace attorneys I've ever seen in my life, at least. I miss back, like, remember in like 90s vernacular how people used to call stuff ace if it was cool? Like, hey man, that was ace. Dog. That was really fly. My Bremus. Like, they would just say kind of hip shit like that. How about the team picture? Okay. She doesn't want me to show her anything. You're such a fucking douchebag. So if you're just joining us, this girl is the chief prosecutor. She's being framed for murder, and she refuses to cooperate because she still wants the prosecution to win. But I think there's more to it. I think she's like being blackmailed or something because she ended up sending me like a piece of evidence outside of the courtroom, all hush-hush. So I think she can't admit to helping us, but she is. The videotape! Yo, I forgot about the videotape. The videotape's so flat, man. I love the Blue Badger. How about the jar? Oh my god, you're such an asshole.
Later. Oh.
Let's move then. Let's move! The low tier god run. I have to do the low tier god run the fuck out of here. Let's present. She was trying to solve the crime on her own, so maybe I can present her with some stuff. She doesn't have anything else to tell me. Okay. You sure? What if I show you stuff? Nah, she wouldn't say that. She wouldn't say I have nothing else to tell you otherwise. Hey, what's up, Mr. Burger? What's up, Floppa Fan 45? Yo, I hear what Brockor did to you, Mr. Burger, and for the record, I'm on your side 100%. I think what he did to you was untoward. It represents a stultification of modern society, that he would even do such a thing. Basically, Brockor, if you guys are unfamiliar, in his Discord, he banned all Big Floppa images from being posted. A bannable offense is posting Floppa images, so basically kind of draconian censorship laws coming into play inside of this horrid Discord. It's really effed up. It's really, really screwed up, if you ask me. There is new Genshin content? Oh, hell yeah! Is it new characters, man? I want them to add Markiplier and Darkiplier. What do you think about the team photo?
Oh, I've noticed that defense attorneys have a tendency to show people things.
You already said that, you little creep. Basically, this girl is the sister, the kid's sister of the girl who I'm representing. She wants me to solve the crime. The big sister does not want me to solve the crime. Because she's being a hoe. So where do I go now? I think I must have to show her something. Like, I gotta show her something. Yabba dub dub. SL9 files? Nah, she doesn't give a fuck. Whoa. That's pretty chill. I want new characters. I want new characters in Genshin Impact. Maybe I'll have to go back to that game a little bit. Perhaps. She really means it. You're such a fucking asshole. Yo, this is like legit the worst part of the game. FYI, I really hope this is not in the second game. There's a mechanic in this game where you have to show characters evidence to progress the story during the investigations. And, like, there's just so much fucking evidence you could show them. I've got 3 pages worth of evidence, and one of them will trigger, like, the next part of the game. If she's the right person to talk to, which she might even not be. It's mad fucking annoying. Oh, maybe Gant. Could I talk to him? Is he hanging around somewhere? No, because in his office, it was just MF Gumshoe. In his office, it was just MF Drumshoe. Alright, we're out of here. I'm going to the next place. Oh, cool. Wow. That's pretty good. That's all new stuff. I like when games add more content. I'm waiting on Baldur's Gate 3 to add more content, because that game is the rat's tits. That game is absolutely the rat's tits, but there's just not that much in it right now. Hey, Gumshoes. Hang on, I'm gonna go look at Gumshoes for a second. Hey, Gumshoes. Could you, touch your sticky little feet on this evidence?
That's what the chief was reading before, isn't it? You know, when we first came in here?
Yeah, it looks like the right side of the form's been torn off.
So Mr. Edgeworth's list really was only half of the whole thing.
Oh, so Edgeworth has half of this list. Okay, this is important. I'll write this down. Edgeworth has other half. That's right, because there was something drawn on the back of it we discovered. Edgeworth has other half of evidence list. There we go. Yeah, so basically inside of that dude's weird safe in his weird Resident Evil office, he had several objects that were connected to the case from 2 years ago. That's like the cold case. And one of them was half of an evidence list. And Edgeworth had the other half. And there was like a childish drawing scrawled on the back. Something else is bugging me more than that. Take a look at the back of that form, pal. The back? Yeah, and then we checked it. And if you spin it around, see, it has like a MF childish drawing scrawled on it. In MS Paint. In MF Paint. Okay, cool. So yeah. Dude. Hey, what's up, Carno TTV? Good to see you, dude. What do you think? Okay, Carno TTV, off the top of your head, without knowing anything about it, Floppa or Moo? Which one, Floppa or Moo? Yeah, Valuable Nothing was happy because he hated Floppa, too. I will admit the Floppa meme is absolutely awful, but I love the cat, so I still have to like it anyway. I'm contractually obligated. Because the cat is adorable. Okay, maybe that's what I needed to happen. Maybe I needed to have that conversation with him. I'll keep presenting him evidence, though, just in case. Yeah, if I'm fine, I won't be able to give any information. That's why I have to get it all out of my system now. You understand, don't you?
Don't be so negative, Detective. We do want you to share your information, though.
Oh, who am I fooling? I've never had anything useful to share to begin with.
Got to stay positive.
Okay, so that's when he doesn't have anything to say. Yeah, okay. They all have like a big spiel they'll go on if they have nothing to say. That's a pretty good, write your tweet. Oh, dude, I totally forgot about Walter. He did used to exist, technically. He was the dog with, like, the really long and dumb face. I liked him, too. He looked like he was on a fucking Zoom call with you. It looks like you could hear him arguing with his wife on his Zoom call. Yub, 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 yub. So, did I ever show him this? Yeah, I can't show him this. Alright, Gumshoe. That might have been all I needed to do. I'm just gonna present him the... Yeah, okay, here we go. I've been studying up on those files. There's nothing wrong with Mr. Edgeworth's presentation. To think people are accusing him of injustice. I, for one, ain't buying it, pal.
You're looking into the case for Mr. Edgeworth?
Yeah, it was a pretty big deal while it was going on, you know. After all, a serial killer was on the loose. But Lana was pretty clear in her confession. She forged evidence in order to prove Joe Dart guilty. Yeah, that was the case. So basically, right now, there's 2 cases going on that we're trying to solve. The SL9 incident was a serial killing 2 years ago. They couldn't get any legit evidence, but they knew who the killer was because he confessed, so they just forged evidence to get him thrown in prison and executed. And then this most recent case where Lana Skye, who was the girl I'm representing, this woman on the right, she is accused of murdering a detective who was the lead detective on SL9. But she was, like, very obviously framed. But she's not talking, so I don't know why the fuck she's helping cover it up. So there's 2 intertwined mysteries right now that we're trying to solve. Okay, you can't tell me anything about this. Dude, there's a fucking big... There's essentially Captain America Civil War.
You know Officer Marshall?
Of course I do. He was like a mentor to me. When I first started out, he even gave me a small cactus. He said, Dick, she'll listen to all your troubles.
Note to self, Detective Gumshoe talks to a cactus.
Hard to believe he's just a patrolman now. Someone ought to trade places with him. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Oh yeah, we already heard that one last week. I feel a lot better now that this jar is complete.
But it only raises another question. What was a piece of it doing in the chief's safe?
Yeah, that is really interesting. One of the things in his super secret, top secret safe was part of this shitty broken vase that was inside the SL9 evidence locker. So there was a piece of it, this big bloodstained piece, he was just keeping, like, in his personal safe. But I don't know why. This piece in the middle here, you had to, like, piece it all back together, so it's hard to see now, but you can only see a little bit of the smudges on the outside before till we got the main piece. It looks like it says something, but I just can't tell what it says. It says, like, FM. See, here's an F, and there's, like, M. I don't know. I guess we'll figure out later. Why wasn't any money in there? Isn't that what safes are for anyway? I have a feeling the outcome of tomorrow's trial just might hinge on this. No locker can be opened without a fingerprint match. Besides, there's no reason for the murderer to touch his own locker.
Hey, wasn't your locker the one with blood on it, Detective?
The handprint of the real murderer's gloved hand without any fingerprints. Shh! If they come to arrest me, you'll defend me, won't ya? If that happens, I think you'll do better pleading with Edgeworth. I'm gonna save. Is that a uterus? It just might be! Bum bum bum! Dude, I want a vase of an MF uterus on my wall. And I could have like a lampshade in the shape of a labia. FM radio? Bro! He knew about FM radio technology. That's why they had to fucking destroy his vase. Hang on, I'm gonna type out Mr. Burger's tweet while I have a chance. Yeah, we have a point reward on this channel that's writing my tweets, so you could just make me seem like an insane person. My normal tweets are really normal and nice, so it's like very out of character when I tweet these weird schizophrenic rants. Long live Big Floppa. There we go. Perfect. Tweet sent. Tweet now sent. So Team Floppa has a big leg up over Team Moo right now. Bannon in-game action. Talking to people. Let's talk to him, speaking of which. Okay, so I presented him with a lot of stuff. But none of it led to, like, anything important happening. I'm just trying to go to different locations to see if anything has changed. If you swap locations, shit will, like, change. Maybe I can show Edgeworth some stuff. Oh yeah, the evidence list, of course. Right, please. I'm the prosecutor on this case. You don't expect me to sit here and discuss the case with you over a cup of tea. I'll pass on the tea. Just tell me about the case.
Mr. Wright, Mr. Edgeworth just told you no in a very stylish manner.
Whose side are you on? Yo-ho! Maybe if I just show him my best evidence.
That is, I want the other half of his list.
Ray Palpatine. No, what's your full name, idiot? Don't just give me half of it. Let's give him this autopsy report. Okay, so basically I have to find really good evidence and then present him with one piece of evidence that's, like, incredibly important. So I'm gonna check if any of my new stuff is the evidence that I need. But if not, then I can just come back later. Yeah, okay, he doesn't care about any of this stuff. Marshall's fingerprints are important, dude. They were all over the locker, man. It was a killer. Oh, the jar, baby. No, he doesn't give a fuck about the jar. I feel like the jar has to be important because it was one of the things in his top secret safe. It seems everything in this case is designed to cast doubt on me. Hey, don't look at me. Yes, I went into the evidence room on the day of the crime. Chief Gant asked me to do something.
To take evidence from a case solved 6 months ago back to the prosecutor's office.
I have a locker in there as well. Did you notice anything amiss when you were in the evidence room? That room's always dark, and I was in a hurry. I didn't see anything out of the ordinary. Yeah, okay, liar. Yo-ho! I'm gonna write everything seemed fine when Edgeworth was in an evidence room. Really, that's interesting. Seemed fine for Edge, but it's dark. So, the thing about that that's interesting is that if Chief Gant really is the killer, like I'm assuming he is, then there should have been something amiss by the time Edgeworth came into that room. Because that's where the murder took place, I'm assuming. They said there was a huge quantity of blood in front of the locker, despite the fact that when the fight happened in the evidence room way later in the day, there was only like a small injury, so they couldn't have bled that much. But if you check the time here, the chief came here at 4:20 p.m., which is a full 20 minutes before Edgeworth showed up. So if this is when he brought Goodman in there to kill him, then it's interesting that Edgeworth didn't see anything. Like, he should have probably seen something. I guess we'll need to know where his locker is, because the murder took place, if I'm correct, like here, on this big blood pile. So if Edgeworth's locker is on this first row, then it's conceivable he wouldn't see anything. If it's back here with the other lockers, it's very unlikely he wouldn't have at least smelled the stench of blood all over the ground. That's where the blue badger is too, if anybody was curious about that. Did my MF cursor turn off? God damn it. My OBS is fucking with me today, man. There's the cursor, it's back now. You need the cursor in this game, because that's all the controls. Hey, what's up, Ranimated Bit? How you doing, brother? Good to see you, man. We're currently in the middle of solving a murderous dilemma. A murder case, if you will. But I'm stumped because I don't know who to show things to. It's taboo AF. Oh, let's show her this, because there's the drawing on the back. No, okay. We don't know anything about that. Why would there be a fucking, like, scrawling of a drawing on the back of the fucking evidence list? Let's slide to the right. Let's try presenting her with some of the new evidence I've discovered. I think I already did this, but you know, you can't be too careful. Jar? She doesn't have anything else to tell me. Okay. I'll have to just show her a lot of stuff and kind of force feed it to her. Force feed her some MF poppy seeds. Yo, you know what's fucked up? You know what's fucked up about poppy seeds that I didn't know until, like, way later into my life? Is that poppy seeds will kill you. Poppy seeds will straight up murder your ass, but they still put them on top of hamburger buns and stuff. It's the only time people ever eat poppy seeds is on the top of a hamburger, because they're deadly. But they look nice, so they keep them on top of it anyway. They look nice and they help keep their form. You're such a fucking oaf, Miss Star. Just tell me what I need to know so I can get out of here. Holy fuck. This is so annoying, man. This like, segment of game needs to be gone by the time the next game rolls around. It's so ass. Like, finding all the evidence is fun, but presenting slowly and methodically every fucking piece of evidence to every character who's standing around is so obnoxious. There's 3 full bars of evidence to show people, and they all have a little monologue they go on when you do it falsely. Let's go to the PD again. Bum, bum, bum. I just need to see the chief. Like, I need to find him. He's still not here. It's still just our boy, Gumshoe. And his shoes are still made out of gum. There could be no doubt. I think there's more to do with Gumshoe. I believe there's likely still more to do with Gummy Shooby. Shooby-dooby gum. Yo, I watched The Mandalorian, guys. I finally started catching up on The Mandalorian again. I watched it on a fake website, fake news media website, And watched it for about 3 seconds, and then it froze loading forever, so I stopped watching it again. But I watched a little bit. I saw like I saw a little epic Baby Yoda. Baby Yoda champs in the chat room, please. Yeah, so the jar, blah blah blah. I already showed him all the stuff on this page, so I guess I'll just start going back. I don't know, I just feel like this has got to be the thing, because Gumshoe showed up the most recently. Like, he was gone. He was gumming his shoes in the fucking corner, and then... Oh, a lost item report, huh?
Very impressive, Detective. You knew what it was right off the bat.
Well, I am a master of misplacement, you know.
Master, that has such a cool ring to it.
The way I see it, if things are meant to be lost, then they're meant to be lost. There's a higher power at work here.
Wow, a higher power.
Maybe I shouldn't let Emma hold any evidence. Ugh. I fucking hate the joke ones. It makes me think something's actually happening. Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to have a look at this. Hey, I know what that is. So you want to take some fingerprints?
That's a great idea, Detective.
Alright, go to town. Sheesh. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Oh, go ahead, take my fingerprints.
It's not your fingerprints we want to take.
Huh? Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe. Oh! I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh, where's your sense of humor? There we go, that's what I was missing. I had to show him the thing that he gave me 2 days ago. For no reason, so that I could progress the game. My bad, of course I should have known that. They added competitive to Overcooked? What? That's not real. I thought that was like a Cooking Mama game. Is it not? Let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder. What are you, my mom? Alright, let's get this over with. Phoenix, not everybody is your MF mom, dude, okay? Only most of us. Blow the dust. Woo! Oh. Woo! I gave it my best shot. That kind of result won't be any good for matching prints, will it? But it doesn't look like we'll get a clearer result from this print.
Okay, let's try a different finger.
What about the thumb? I'm gonna dust the thumb. I don't play any competitive games that have like seasonal rankings anymore. When I was super young, I used to play like League of Legends and stuff, but no longer. That's a pretty decent print. Not bad. It's not good enough though. It doesn't have like the center.
Let's try a different finger.
Uh-oh, this is not boding well. Hopefully this one. If this one looked the clearest. If this one doesn't have a print, I don't think any of them are going to. Oh, that's a pretty fucking good print, man. Oh, yeah. What am I missing? It's all filled out. There we go. Damon Gantz. It's not his. Not his. Not his. Not theirs. It kind of looks like Good Demands, but not really. It's got like a little lion. Oh, what the fuck? It's Emma's fingerprint. Interesting. But it's on like a piece of brown leather scrap. Huh. Why is Emma's fingerprint on a piece of brown scrap? Comparing. Oh, it's in Overwatch. Okay. That makes more sense. Yeah, I want fucking Cooking Mama Pro competitive strats too. No! How can this be? No! What are Emma's fingerprints doing here?
Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they?
Huh? Oh, it seems the prints are too old. What are you doing, Phoenix? They aren't clear enough to get a match.
Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints.
Hey, you! Over here! What's going on here? What are that kid's prints doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Oh! That's right, this was inside the safe. The leather scrap. Shit, that's actually really interesting. That could explain why What's-Her-Face is willing to take the fall, Lana. Because we know that she didn't commit the murder at this point. Even if we don't know for a fact, just that she's our client, we're going to have to go ahead and go on that assumption anyway. So if she's going to take the fall, they'd have to be holding something big over her. So maybe this pertains to that. Because, like, what does she care about more than Emma? That's her only living relative. And we've already established she doesn't, like, have any romance or anything. She's, like, super cold and impersonal. So, yeah, that would actually explain a lot. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. The fucking game is afoot, dude. Here, maybe you should hold on to this. What would the brown scrap be, though? Piece of cloth. Oh, it's not leather, it's just cloth. Okay. Piece of brown cloth. Folded and added to the court record. Maybe it's from the ass of his pants, Chief Gant's pants. And, like, she was sexually harassing him. So he's gonna send her to baby prison if she, if the sister doesn't take the fall for this. Well, was I any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence.
Now that's not very kind, is it?
Who's this?
In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless.
Oh no! It's the chief! Isn't that right, you in the coat?
Eek!
Chief Gant! We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in science. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then, I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm gonna have to ask all of you to leave.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Oh, you in the coat? Me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. No! Gumshoe! He fired Gumshoe, dude, straight up. But, sir... Now get out. Holy shit, he's so evil! I wonder who the murderer could be. The fucking evil police chief who was hiding all the evidence in his safe? Nah. Also, who wears gloves? And one of the bloody fingerprints in the crime scene was gloved? Yes, sir. We'll be on our way too, then. Wait, you, the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet.
Me, sir?
I'd like a word with you.
But, sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet.
You with the spiky hair, you're free to go.
Mr. Wright?
Okay, well, see ya, Emma. Look, pal, if I told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it. Now that I've seen the evidence, Chief Gant was hiding in his office. I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time? Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal! That is the ultimate salary cut, dude. That's the fucking go live in a cardboard box cut. That's fucked up. Yo, this is getting so hype now. What the hell? This is getting mad interessant. Hey, what's up, Chimmy? We should be playing the monkey game once this trial is over, but the trial hasn't started yet, so I don't know how far away that is. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. I just abandoned her with the fucking murderer. But that's normal. That's a normal thing to do. February 24th, detention center, visitor's room. I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me is a crock of shit! Is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really, I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I've finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. Nah, I'm good. Go to the trial now. Flops to stops to stop. No, Chibi. Absolutely not. Hey, what up, John Bus Drive? How you doing, brother? What do you think of that man in the background who's standing stock still against the door frame? I think he's a fun guy because he's in a different art style than the real characters. That means in the real world, he's like hideously deformed in universe lore. So yeah, I guess Chief Gant is blackmailing her because he knows something about Emma that he would release if she was not willing to play ball and take the fall for this. Interesting. But yeah, what would he possibly hold over her? She was like, what, 10 at the time? She was like super young. Keeping quiet. I have to admit I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted that you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so, because you stupid. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say. So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No. I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, whom, may I ask, is this person you're speaking of? The one I am supposedly so frightened of. What is this person's name? It's Emma, dude! She's so evil. Nah, it's effing MF Gant, dude. He evil. He did have a large effing nose, dude. Especially when you compare it with her, like, Michael Jackson-esque nose that barely exists. Her fucking Githyanki nose that's just two slits on her face. His nose is a gargantuan masterpiece in comparison. Well, Miss Sky. I love when she just rotates on her chair. It makes no sense. The only way that makes sense is if she has tiny little legs and she's standing on top of her chair. She just turned around. Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. Do not forget my name. I take it she's not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was... me! I had access because I was second in command. Yes, you, but one other. Damon Gant. I'm hungry. For Danny. Yeah, pretty much, dude. Hungry like the F.A. Wolf, if you will. Hungry like the Vorg. Hungry like her weird Nazi uniform plus ninja scarf combo. I really like the character designs in this game because they are, like, uniquely stupid. I've never seen outfits that look like this game's character's outfits, except for Gumshoe. Gumshoe is, like, very classic detective outfit. But besides that, it's like just a fucking free-for-all. It's just like throw accessories at the wall with a blindfold on. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Gant falsified evidence in that case. Well, shit, man. Oh, well, the evidence list, duh. It was ripped in half, and then the chief was fucking shoving this shit into his drawer. Into his own pussy. I'm giving him this. There you go, brother. I just found this in a safe in the chief's office. This jar piece, and this piece of crud. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Touche, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised. I cannot disobey the chief's orders. Even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate. In the murder of Goodman? Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Oh no, she actually is a Nazi. Oh, fuck, dude. That excuse does not hold up in court, Lana. That is a tested maneuver. It does not go well. Fashion show. I did not know the second game mode, but I can't wait, dude. I can't wait to have Phoenix Wright walk down the catwalk in my custom outfit. My custom fursuit outfit. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. What were your orders? Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. So right now, like, the interesting thing about this game in general is the killer is usually super obvious. In the first couple of cases, they just actually show you the killer, like straight up. But the mechanics of how it actually happened and proving that is the challenge. And in this case, like, I have no fucking clue. So he got killed, presumably in the evidence room of the police station, which is 30 minutes by car from the prosecutor's office. So somehow Gant killed the guy, took Edgeworth's car 30 minutes away, left it there with the body inside of it, then came back. Edgeworth went to the evidence room 20 minutes after the murder, and then just, like, didn't notice his car was missing? Or did... Oh, no. Okay, so I guess he killed him, somehow dragged him through the entire police station without being seen, and put him in Edgeworth's trunk so that Edgeworth would unwittingly drive him there himself to the prosecutor's office? I guess? I don't know. It's really confusing right now. But yeah, like, it's obvious it's Gant, but how? It's interesting. I don't know. Yeah, the Nuremberg trials, that's the one. That's the one that she's going to be found guilty of and shot at gunpoint. The Hindenburg trials would be a lot more hilarious, though. If you get found guilty, they just explode the blimp you're on. Despite what everyone believes, you are not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I merely disposed of the corpse. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. The knife from the SL9 incident. Serial killer Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave that knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That would be Edgeworth's knife? That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. Jesus, that's a fucking big shake, dude. That's some fucking Michael J. Fox shit. And that is the reason for the bandage on your right hand? Yes, it seems that I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then... she saw me just as I plunged the knife deep within him. Miss Starr, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that, by whatever means possible. So you hid Dark's knife. The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. Interesting. So, then why did the chief murder him with it? That's the part that seems very mysterious right now. If it was like a huge problem, why would the chief intentionally murder him with that specific weapon? Huh. Maybe the chief wanted intentionally to reopen this case. But why? Maybe there's like a two-tiered game going on right now. What would be really fucking cool? What would be really cool, but I don't think the game will actually do it. Because your client is never guilty of anything, like they're always innocent. Well, of like really bad shit anyway. It would be really cool if it was like a 4D chess match going on. Like, Lana was the real killer of this old incident, SL9, and Gant is the killer of this case. So they're both just subtly trying to get the other one caught for their crime, while still disguising their own crime. Because really, that's the only explanation I have for what really subtle and weird choices they're making with this. Like, why on earth would Gant stab this guy with the knife from that old case? It's such a bizarre murder weapon. Like, you'd think he couldn't prepare anything better than evidence from an old case to kill this guy with in the middle of a police station? It's just so weird. So you wrap the knife in your scarf and hid it in Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right, then I called my sister. To tell her what happened, and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler.
You asked Emma?
I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling? The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden while I needed help. The fucking cowboy music is playing. I goddamn love Jake Marshall. He's such a stupid character. He just thinks he's a cowboy. Joe Fart. Nice, dude. He is. Did you hear about, what was his name? Shit. There was a conspiracy recently. This news outlet posted about Joey something. Joey Fart. It was this mobster who was helping Joe Biden make fake ballots. It was awesome, dude. They said that they sent this Joey Saloni like 6,000 ballots for him and his crew of mobsters to fill out for no reason. I hope it's true. It would be so funny. It would be the most like cartoonishly stupid thing ever. We need someone to fill out these ballots. I know. The mob. I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least, I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean, not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. Joey Salad Goonie. It was something like that. It was a really hilarious fucking thing. Oh, interesting. In the last two games. Yeah, I really like Ace Attorney so far. It's really fun. I'm gonna take a probably several weeks, if not months, break between like this one and the next game. Just so people don't get super sick of it, because they're pretty long. But I'm looking forward to it. It's super fun. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room? Yes, I fucked over everybody. She turned around again. How? How are you turning around on a metal chair? Maybe they put it like a, it doesn't look like it, but maybe it's a fun little rolly chair. Just specifically so the people who are charged with crimes aren't bored. They could just roll around the whole room. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright. Beth is a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, get the fuck off of my game, bitch. Banned! Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything, even though she just specifically asked me not to. Oh. Sneef, sneef. That could actually, like, my theory could actually make a little bit of sense, because, like, she is really insistent on you not pursuing this, like, the SL9 incident. So why would she do that unless she was guilty of it? Bam, 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 super sneef. But then why does Emma have fucking prints on the cloth from the case? That's the part that doesn't make sense. Oh, shit. Maybe Emma did it. Maybe Emma is the killer of the SL9 incident. Like, the killer of the, what's his face? Dark, or whatever. Detective Goodman's real murderer. Oh, shit, no. She could be the, yeah, this guy. She could be the killer. Brown! Oh, my God. That's totally what it is. Look, brown cloth on his vest. That's gotta be what it is. Because it would explain, like, everything falls into place if you look at it through that lens of Emma killed this dude. I don't know why Emma would kill this dude, but if she killed this dude, then Lana's sudden personality shift makes total sense. Her suddenly becoming a scumbag makes sense. Like, this dude's blackmail being effective makes sense. Because she's trying to protect her sister. Like, if word gets out about the real cause of SL9, then her sister is gonna fucking die. So this guy, knowing that, withheld evidence from that crime so that they could convict Joe Dark. Because otherwise, the investigators would have found out that it was Emma who had killed this guy. and they both would have gotten executed. So in doing that, he creates this pawn, like she becomes his puppet, working in the prosecutor's office. Oh, that could be it. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago? But why would Emma kill the fucking Cowbee guy? That doesn't make any sense. Wasn't he stabbed with a knife? I'm pretty sure he was stabbed with a knife. Let me check. They were partners on the case. Oh, right! No, that's right. The knife that they found didn't match Neil's stab wound in the forensics. That's right. Remember the tip was like broken off in him, but that didn't match the stab wound. I see. So maybe that's not actually what killed him. Maybe it was like an accidental homicide. Alright, let's save. Episode 5. Rise from the ashes. It's time for the trial, baby. The final trial. It's gearing up. What am I drinking? I'm just drinking water. I'm just drinking MF water, unfortunately. Dude, I hope she gets executed too. The fucking stupid little sister. She pisses me off. Nothing would make me happier than this case ending with the little sister and Gantz being executed together by firing squad. February 25th, 9:47 a.m. This is the defendant lobby, but there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Oh, it's Edgeworth. Edgeworth! Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 777 ID card number is, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Thanks, game. I'm a fucking moron, so treat me like I'm 3 years old and just feed me all the information. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes right, and Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty. But she didn't do it! I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth? Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, peasant. He rides away on his tiny white pony. I fucking love Edgeworth, dude. He's so fancy. This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now! February 25th, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 9. Number 9. Execution. Court, oh, I love this guy, man. I forgot about the judge. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Chief Gant? Oh my god, dude. He teleported in like Goku. Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Uchi, been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? I don't know, I was just making shit up. Lana, that is to say the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Haven't heard what she intends to say. I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. Oh no! He's gonna make her fucking confess before that I could, prove him guilty. What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one I don't remember her voice. I'd just like to make one simple request and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, Lana. You being a hoe.
Objection!
You can't. I don't want you to. Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. You're fired. But Lana! Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but I don't give a fuck. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please.
Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise.
This can't be happening.
It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant.
Yeah! Oh, Edgeworth is helping, dude. With his big old hands. With his big old Sonic the Hedgehog hands. Let's go, Edgeworth. It's really, really stupid that Edgeworth now just helps me on every case. I feel like this game babies you so hard, it's insane. It feels like the first case of Danganronpa, but for every single trial. Like, there's always Deus Ex somebody who just, like, comes in and does everything for you. It's really annoying. I hope the second game isn't like that. One moment, Your Honor. I'm actually going to help yet again, and ruin my own career.
Mr. Edgeworth!
He's gonna, like, gain a reputation for just turning on his clients, like, a mid-trial. The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, No, I don't like keeping my mouth shut. I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes? Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness.
Oh, to whom?
As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hear her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I don't remember. It's so hard to go from Edgeworth to her voice. I don't know how to do it. It's hard. This guy is basically Wakapi as a woman. She's pissing me off. She also looks like a Crocodile Dundee ass hoe. Cut those 2 ass long hairs coming from your head, woman. They're pissing me off. She has like icicle hair syndrome. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Mrs. Skye. I don't give a fuck. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Edgeworth, you are fucking terrible at your job, dude. What the hell? Edgeworth became so fucking lame. Like, at the beginning, he was this great rival who was like this prosecutor who was a huge piece of shit. Like, he'll just admitted it to it too. He's like, yeah, I'll just make shit up if it means I put people in jail. I don't give a fuck. Now he just helps you in every case. It's super stupid.
Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant?
Worthy, you'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Dude, it's the robots! Hell yeah! It's TH Hockey Only 26. BigFollows.com. He's getting modded for that one. He's absolutely getting modded for that one. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation.
My name is Emma Skye. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator.
2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct?
Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time.
Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant?
Yes, it most certainly is.
Well, okay then.
He sure gave in fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial, and also the truth to why my nose is hideously deformed. 2 years ago.
I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest.
Didn't she say it was like dark when it happened?
It's a good thing that you weren't harmed.
I passed out. I don't remember much.
That's understandable. However, please tell Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder?
That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Well, his whole shtick is forging evidence, so...
Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
So I think I know what to press her on, which is that, in her... What she said to me, I believe, was that she, like, didn't see anything because it was so dark. I think that's what she said, but it was last week, so I may be remembering it wrong. Oops. Do we have, evidence with that, or was that just a conversation? I don't remember. ID card record, evidence room plans, no. No, we don't have evidence to that effect. We just have what she said, which I don't remember. Yeah, sure, he didn't forge, but, like, that was just a retcon. In one of the first cases, he literally admits to forging evidence. He was like, yeah, I forge evidence, so? Everybody's guilty of something. I don't know, there's too much to look through. I don't think I wrote anything about it. Damn it. Yeah, I don't think I wrote anything about it. Shit. I'm gonna press her on that, though. I'm not gonna try to call her out, but I'll press her on it. Man, I'm pretty sure she said it was too dark and she, like, couldn't see anything. That must have been a real shock.
Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly.
Tell us, what were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Dark was holding you hostage.
When lightning struck and the lights went out. Yeah, the lights went out. Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. I was thrown aside and the two began wrestling each other.
Hey, welcome back, Ranimated Bit. You got here just in time for the biggest twist of all time, Ranimated Bit. I think the little girl might have killed this fucking dude. I'm, like, pretty convinced the little girl might have killed this dude.
I see.
I'm pretty sure I was watching them.
Emma doesn't have any reason to lie, but Lana sure does. I need to get Emma to tell me as much about this as she can.
A man came running in and took me hostage. You see?
A man?
Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer.
He sure was. Joe Dark. What? Why is this guy turning into the judge? Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest.
When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right?
Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Skye in Gant's office.
There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him.
Yeah, that was like the funniest part of this case so far that makes absolutely no sense. This is what happened, right? As it's explained to you. There was a serial killer called Joe Dark who went to the police station to turn himself in because he killed a bunch of people. As he's being interrogated, he gets up, opens the unlocked door, runs, it just is like, fuck it, I'm not confessing anymore. He makes a break for it, goes to the elevator up to the top floor, like the highest floor in the building, runs inside and takes this little girl hostage. Then, not only has he not killed her yet, this other guy, Neil Marshall, who was interrogating him, runs out after him, takes the elevator ride all the way to the top floor again, and then goes and fights him and dies. It makes no sense as it's presented. Like, there has to be something that we don't know. It makes it's the dumbest setup of all time. And Gant was also in the interrogation room with him, but just, like, didn't follow for some reason. So yeah, there's something going on. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Hey, what's up, Just Cuz, bro? Welcome back. Yo, what's up, Football Tom Brady? We were just talking with Mr. Burger, Brockor, about your betrayal of him, and Floppa for a greater extent. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. That must have been a real shock.
Even now when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly.
Tell us, what were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Doc was holding you hostage. I already fucking pressed him on this shit. Emma doesn't have any reason to lie. Yub. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. No, you weren't! Yeah, he did break rule number 7, but at the same time, if a law is unjust, a man is not only right to break it, he is obligated to do so. Mr. Burger was basically the man standing in Tiananmen Square, if you will, standing up against this oppressive regime that banned Floppa memes. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct?
Yes, she was a second in command under then Deputy Chief of Police, Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever.
Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Sky used to be quite the pair.
I believe they shared the same office.
That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day too.
The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day.
Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work.
Wait. Okay, that actually doesn't add up. Did you hear what she just said? Did you hear what she just fucking said? She fucked the whole thing up. Do we have the floor plans of the building that they were in? We don't, but you saw the picture. Check this out. So this vase broke during that crime, and there was blood splattered on it from the murder. And this is on Gant's side of the office. Like, it's separated by a giant church organ that's like 20 feet. And she said that she was waiting on her sister's side of the office, which is on the complete opposite side. So if he was holding her hostage and then they were struggling and she got thrown off, how the fuck did they end up on Gant's side of the office and breaking this vase? Something doesn't exactly add up with that, you little roach. You little rodent. This is specifically the reason why I keep my Glock loaded. No! Brockor, stop depicting me as Wojaks, dude. That's fucked up. I'm gonna depict you as a Wojak instead, dude. I'm gonna depict you as the caveman Wojak. And it'll show you holding like a picture of that fucking dog or whatever, wearing jammas.
Hold it!
A man?
Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer.
Joe Dark was brought in for questioning. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest.
When he saw his chance, he fled the room.
Yeah, so he takes the elevator, he goes all the way to the top floor, and then he runs into the chief of police's office to escape. Yep. Neil Marshall rescued me. Let's push her on that too. No, dude, what the fuck? You can't out Wojak me. I'm the Wojak master. It's the funniest meme that there ever was. What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were 2 people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Chief Gant will be represented by this Wojak here, the Soy Boy Wojak. Meanwhile, Neil Marshall will be the yes emoji. Almost forgot about Gant. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. The King of Keck Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony.
I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark.
When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead.
And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in.
I don't clearly remember what happened then. But
I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. Yeah, you will get that ass banned. Would it be this? Did she draw this? The drawing on the back of the evidence list? Because it looks exactly like the thing she keeps remembering. The two men fighting with their little cringe chalk piece. Stop, dude. Just because this tweet sucks. Rel Pay. I can't type Rel Pay, dude. Otherwise, I'm going to get banned off Twitch. Twitter, I mean. Guys, there's now stories on Twitter. There's like Instagram stories on Twitter, so I made a hell of a good story. A heck of a good story. Rel Pay does actually make it a lot better. Hang on, I'll type this in. I was onto something here, but I completely forgot now. Broccoli like a melody in my head. In my craft, I typed at first. I actually, like, that song is so fucking funny. It's weird because that song has been a joke ever since it fucking came out. I remember seeing, like, internet videos back in 2012 and, like, 2010 that were already making fun of that song. Stick on Rel Pay. Like my iPod, stick on Rel Pay. Yeah, my stories were fucking goated, dude. They were swag. I think I should present her with this. The evidence list. Because she's saying that she'll never forget what she saw, and she remembers it so specifically. But the drawing she made is just like two silhouettes. It's not specific at all. It doesn't have like any face. It's like she just saw the silhouettes of them. And like, I understand that she remembers that way now, but this was written a lot closer to the time, and like, she didn't draw any distinguishing features. Like, we know Neil Marshall wore a fucking cowboy outfit. There's no hat on this guy. There's no distinguishing features on, like, the killer. A picture is drawn on the back. It's got a very bad feeling about that. I'll try presenting this. Here.
Objection!
Your Honor! Damn it! That's the thing.
It does?
Huh? Really?
Objection overruled.
Damn it! What did she say wrong? I'm checking my fucking evidence, dude. Whoops, that didn't go so well. I'll never forget what I saw in the incident. Neil Marshall rescued me. Yup. I don't know. This is like some fucking Joel Schumacher shit, dude. It's fucking pissing me off. Yup. I have no clue. I have like no clue what it wants me to do right now. I have it written down that Gant and Neil were both interrogating the man, so like that's definitely a thing that I should be able to call out on, but I can't. It's like not part of her testimony. So that must be for later. Knife didn't match Neil's stab wounds. No, I don't have anything in my notes about this. I'm just gonna figure it out. A Studio Ghibli movie? I'm down. Put it in the Twitch section. Guys, movie night is coming up on Saturday, so make sure you get all your recommendations in on time. So I don't have to, you know, be a Hound of Baskerville this week. Last week, I was being a bit of a Hound of Baskerville. We watched a movie that was not The Hidden Dark Crystal, and Alulim got quite mad. It was way better, but it wasn't the same movie. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. The man raised up his knife and stabbed him. That must have been a real shock. I can still see it just as clearly. Yeah, we already heard this one. Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. And like, the thing is, what she says here is the opposite of what it shows as well. Like, when it shows her little flashback thing, it's showing, like, the guy... Chaka! Wait, no it's not. Never mind.
Hold it!
Let me check. He's not wearing a hat. Yeah, she says Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. But if you look at this picture, it's Joe Dark with his knife raised about to fucking stab the cowboy. That's what I thought. So yeah, she's saying it backwards, but it's not like a thing I can call her out on for some reason. Well, I guess we're not supposed to see this. It's just the artistic representation of her memory.
I see.
Emma doesn't have any reason to lie, but she is mad cringe.
Howdy.
A man? Joe Dark. Okay, yeah, so we already heard this too. I'm just gonna go through them one by one again. I must have to present something here, I just don't know what. So I want to make sure I've pressed everything. Pompoko! It has tanuki scrotums? Oh, fuck yeah, dude! That's like one of my top 10 flavors of scrotum. Yeah, it says Gant was President Marshall's thing again. And he just received the award. Yeah.
I don't clearly remember what happened then.
Howdy.
Can you tell us about that?
Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark, but that's not what it shows. Just then, the lights went out.
The lights?
It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby.
So the electricity went out.
Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything.
That's what I was trying to fucking say earlier!
Right?
Right, but just then lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind.
I see.
I told the detective about what I saw then. It was two giant tanuki scrotums dangling down.
The detective?
Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case.
Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. Hear more! So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago.
Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial.
And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw?
Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture.
A picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before.
Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough?
Ask about the picture. This picture the witness drew, I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture.
Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor.
You would mind? Okay. I'll eating. I will not eating, motherfucker. I tanuking. Dude, I want to see Pompoko. I haven't actually seen that. No, dude. Tonight. Dude, I would love if Patrick Stewart just, he jumped on Twitter and was just trolling fools all day long. He was just posting Pepe images. His profile picture is a groiper in the red uniform on the bridge of the Star Trek Enterprise.
I drew a picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost.
I have it right here, you goober. You doobus.
Objection.
Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence? Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. All I'm saying is 6 million? That may well be. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold!
This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident.
Please turn it over, Your Honor.
Turn it over? Turn it... Oh! What's this?
Oh my god. Yes, what is that?
Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew.
Yubba dubba dubba dubba. That was the picture. Oh, are you saying it's kind of random that the evidence was on the... Yeah, I know what you're saying. I agree. It doesn't really make any sense. I feel like that's got to be part of the mystery, too, is like, how the fuck did this little girl get her... A, get her hands on the evidence list, and B, was just like drawing on the back in fucking Sharpie.
Indeed. 2 men appear to be wrestling here.
What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list.
Huh? These lists, they're different from each other.
What?
It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These 2 lists, fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other.
So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half the evidence in the case ever reached you. What? What? Dude, he got fucking owned.
Order, order! But Miss Sky, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list?
Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor.
Huh? Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor!
Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head.
If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list, and he just never noticed for no reason.
Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth.
It's possible. Let's see.
Is something wrong?
Do you even have to ask? He never noticed that? He's such an idiot. He's a fucking oaf. Didn't he have this list for 2 years? And he never noticed that there was a fucking drawing on the back of it? He's incompetent. Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing. Oh my god. What? The MF Blue Badger, dude. Look. Why the fuck was he drawn on the... What?
That's that thing. That thing that was dancing in the evidence room.
Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. What? Wait. That... What the fuck? The blue fucking badger was around 2... That doesn't make any sense, actually. The blue badger wasn't even a mascot until fairly recently. Didn't Gumshoe create it? And, like, put it together himself? I think they mentioned that. It was, like, a recent thing.
Very well, witness. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago?
No. Oh, yes, sir.
What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at that picture. Probably about how guilty she is and that she's gonna get the chair. I like when Edgeworth out. The Blue Badger kind of does... He sounds like a shitty superhero. No, I'm thinking of the Blue Beetle.
This is the picture I drew 2 years ago.
Yup.
The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows.
You should have mentioned that before, you oat.
After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
But here's the thing, like, it keeps mentioning that it was dark and that there was just like a flash, like an instant, and that they were fighting in the dark. Why does that matter so much? I don't get why they just keep bringing it up, you know? It has to pertain to the case, but how? Like, I don't get what difference it makes if she knows or not, right?
To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind.
Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw.
Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark was about to murder Prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Emma, what's wrong with you, ho? Why you got a fucking soy boy Wojak emoji on your shirt? Yo, she's a memester, dude. She's got Wojaks.
This is the picture I drew 2 years ago.
That's actually the incomplete drawing, too, that pin. The other pin has him holding up a Nintendo Switch.
The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
Let's talk about all I could see were shadows. Press that. Actual Reddit post. Anne Frank's father, Otto, were visiting attic where they hid from the Neblitzes. He was the only surviving member of the Frank family. This guy reminds me of a baby crewmate losing their dad. That's not real. You made that up. That's not real. So at the time, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue?
No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lighting was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor.
Get the fuck down on the floor.
Dude, that was like basically the original Among Us if you think about it. The Jews are acting kind of sus. We had to vote them out. You were knocked to the floor?
Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed.
Bro. Poor Imai. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flashed?
After that, I must have fainted. Oh, yeah!
Hang on, I'm gonna save while she's busy celebrating. It is a real Reddit post. It has 38 uptokes. It reminds me of a baby crewmate losing their dad. That's the worst thing I've ever seen. I don't understand what it is about Reddit that, like, they're incapable of processing things without the lens of a pop culture reference. Like, they need that to tell them what the emotion they're feeling is supposed to be. It reminds me of election day. I was watching the election, watching the election results, and one of the news anchors was just like super serious. He's like, "This is just like when the Avengers all teamed up to beat Thanos." I'm like, "Fucking really, dude? It isn't all of the fucking Avengers." The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. Let's press her on that. You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place?
No, I'm sorry.
The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further?
Yeah! I love torturing girls.
Woo! Hey, I'm not the bad guy here.
Anyway, this picture.
So here's the thing. There was a case earlier in the game that was like this, where Edgeworth, we were revisiting an old case that involved Edgeworth as a kid. And the exact same thing happened, where, like, he went unconscious, and so he had, like, unreliable testimony for what happened afterward, and that time frame where he was unconscious ended up being the key that solved the whole case, right? It's like, what happened when he was out? So I feel like this case might actually be the inversion of that, because in that case, it seemed like Edgeworth was an innocent bystander, but then it was revealed that, oh, he was actually involved, and he may have actually been the murderer, before it's revealed that he wasn't involved. So I feel like maybe that's what's going on here. Maybe she is doing something that will, like, she might be the killer. If it's the inversion of what happened with Edgeworth. She might have actually, like, killed somebody, but she doesn't remember it because she was so young and it was so traumatizing. And they mentioned that it's, like, dark and all she saw were shadows, so maybe she was trying to save Neil Marshall and she accidentally killed him. Like, maybe she's the one who stabbed him. Again, it does mention that the knife wound did not match the knife at the crime.
The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows.
After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
Twitter and the Avengers. It is, dude. That was, yeah, that was also the big explosion in the Middle East. When that big explosion happened, people were like, this is like something out of the Avengers. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw?
Of course, this is the exact scene.
It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives? Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. I'd better watch out, or he might find some way to cut my salary.
I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me.
Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture?
Huh? Oh, well... That's strange. She claims that this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind. And yet, there's clearly a contradiction here. Yeah, it's that there's... I'm gonna try present it, because, like, she says that it shows exactly what happened, but it's so vague, it's so nondescript. There's no defining features of either person. I'm gonna present it. Hopefully, it'll work. Where is it? Where's the, is it this? Yeah, it's the evidence list, right? Sweet. Why was this fucking blue badger here? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Objection!
Your Honor, that statement... Okay, it's not that. My bad.
It does. Objection overruled.
It's not that.
Whoops. Yup.
You didn't faint, Emma. You didn't see the actual murder took place? No, I'm sorry. Yeah, we already heard this. I was trying to make sure that there's no more I need to find. Like, sometimes if you don't press in the correct order, you miss important info. So I'm gonna start from the beginning and then work my way back forward. Did you draw this picture right after the incident?
I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first, I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything.
During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Skye. 2 or 3 days later, the memory should have still been fresh in her mind.
Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black?
Yeah, exactly.
The flash of lightning was so bright.
Yeah, she could only see shadows. So why doesn't it let me present the fact that it's just shadow people to the statement that this shows exactly what happened? So at the time you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue?
No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor.
You were knocked to the floor?
Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed.
Yub. Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flashed? Wait, but everything was black. Yeah, that's true too. The knife is actually white AF. If it was a silhouette, then it should also be black. That's a good point. I don't know, maybe it's just because she was a fucking baby when she drew it. Yub. It also doesn't look like a knife, which is interesting. Like, I joked about it looking like a piece of chalk earlier, but it legit does not look like a knife at all. It just looks like... I don't know. I don't even know what the fuck it looks like. It's not pointed. Even a fucking... She was like 14 when this happened. She was way old enough to know what a knife looks like.
After that, I must have fainted.
You mean you didn't see the murder? Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, blah, 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 Emma. Get on with it, you oaf. What? I'm not the bad guy. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw?
Of course, this is the exact scene.
It wasn't influenced in any way from your talk with the detectives? Yeah, okay, so we already saw this part. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives. There's clearly a contradiction here. Picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. What's the contradiction here? I mean, this is the big thing, right? Like, she never mentions the giant blue badger when she's talking about the scene that she remembers, but in her drawing, it's like right there, floating above them. That also seems fairly weird. But it can't be this because I already tried presenting that against this statement and didn't do anything. So I don't know what it wants from me right now. But yeah, there's a lot off about it. There's no defining features on either of the people. The knife looks weird, even though it's supposed to be a silhouette. There's a giant blue badger flying over them. I don't know what it wants from me right now. Yeah, okay, just make sure nothing changed. Let me check my notes again. Let me check my MF notes again. Yabba he betty do gadum dashi body. I don't know. I don't know what it wants from me right now. The knife didn't match Neil's stab wound. Neil knocked out the murderer after he was mortally wounded. Gant and Neil interrogated the man when he fled. Lana was the first one on the scene. Gant and Lana shared the office. I don't know. I don't know what it wants from me right now. There's a lot of interesting things, but it's not really letting me present anything against it. What else do I have? The unstable jar. The handprint. The team photo. So here's the thing. The jar was shattered in the fight, so we know it took place on Gant's side of the office. But she says that it took place on What's-Her-Face's side of the office. So that could be a contradiction too. But it doesn't contradict anything she's saying right now. The evidence list as well is interesting, but it doesn't contradict anything. Like, this seems like it should contradict something, but I already tried presenting it against this and it didn't do anything. I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. Yob, 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 yob. There's clearly a contradiction here. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Oh, wait, maybe that actually is what I need to do. Not the glove, not the glove. But maybe I actually do need to talk about the photo, just in a different way. I think the game is trying to get me to talk about the Blue Badger, but I just need to actually present the Blue Badger instead of presenting the evidence list to talk about it. Because, yeah, that should be a contradiction, right? The Blue Badger did not exist when this drawing happened. It wasn't made until later. It was made by Gumshoe. He was dancing. I'm going to present him.
Objection!
The witness's statement is clearly faulty, Your Honor. No, damn it, it's not that. What is it? What? There's so much wrong with what she's saying. This picture shows exactly what I saw in the instant. And I can't press her anymore on this to be like, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall? No, I couldn't see him clearly. And that's when the lightning flashed. Poor Ime. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. Okay, so what other things could be wrong with it? This picture shows exactly what I saw in the instant. Well, here's the thing. Here's what we do know. Let's do it this way. Let's work backwards. We know that this is not true, and we know that she's gotten stuff wrong. But there's nothing I can specifically call her out on that I can realize right now. Like, this picture shows exactly what I saw in the instant, sure. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. And she says that they attacked her on her sister's side of the office, but we know that's not true. But that's not one of the statements I can talk about right now. I don't know. I guess I'm just gonna try to talk about the fact that they're on the wrong side of the office, but I can't imagine that'll do anything here.
Objection!
Your Honor, that statement contradicts the evidence. No, it does not. He's pissed.
Try to think before you make accusations, stupid.
Alright, let's load. I've lost too many HP points. I need to load real fast. I only have 1 HP point left, and I don't think we're terribly far into it, so I don't want to lose all of them here. So I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives. Why is the Blue Badger in it? Why is the fucking stupid cartoon mascot from 2 years later in it? I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. She claims this is exactly what was printed in her mind, yet there's clearly a contradiction here. Maybe it is the knife. Maybe I have to call out the fact that the knife looks weird. So let's take a look at the picture again, like, in detail. It's right here. It looks like a big white piece of chalk, but we know that it was a knife that they were fighting over. So maybe if I present the murder weapon, it will clearly be a contradiction because it doesn't look like it. I was gonna say maybe it was the screwdriver, but that was connected to a different case. So I guess I'll do this.
Objection!
No, it's not that either. Dang, I don't know what it wants from me right now. Like, what the fuck does it actually want me to say? I don't get what it wants me to actually, like, talk about right now. Let's see. So, what do we know? Blue Badger was in the evidence room. That doesn't have anything to do with this case. They were partners on the case. They shared an office. Lana was first on the scene. Gant and Neil were interrogating the man when he fled. I don't know. Knife didn't match the stab wound. The tip broke off inside Neil. I don't know. I must be on the wrong track. wait, there's another way we can ask about the stab wound at least. There's another way we can ask about the knife. Let's check the autopsy report. Not Goodman's autopsy report. We should have one on the other guy too, yeah? Yes, this one. Stabbed in the back, died from a punctured heart and lung. A knife tip was in the wound. Let's try presenting this. Because we know the knife doesn't match. Oh, it is correct. Okay, good. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction.
What? But I still remember it like it was yesterday.
Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us.
Shabba shabba shabba, it should be the knife.
Take that!
The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see the tip is broken. That's what it was supposed to be? Oh my god. It looks like a piece of chalk because it was supposed to be a broken knife. Why is it white? That's so dumb. Well, at least we finally got through that. Holy shit, that was really weird. That seemed very very much like a stretch.
But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too.
If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body.
Yes, but it didn't match the wound.
It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer.
Yeah, it was the knife. It was just in a really weird way. Like, the conclusion they got to made sense. It was just like the process you take to get there is super weird. Like, even you'd think it would just be presenting the picture, right? And then pointing out the discrepancy in the picture. But you can't point out the picture. You have to look at the autopsy report instead. It's just like a very strange solution all around. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken.
What's the meaning of this?
Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body, much like my penis. If the was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there.
That's right! But what does this mean?
The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure. That's not how that works. You can't just make her pinky promise and her testimony is infallible. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. There's another way. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already about a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, right? All I'm saying is that this broken tip of the knife might be forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Sneef. Oh, yeah, maybe. Maybe it's the light. Well, I guess. But even that doesn't really make sense, because if the lightning is coming in from behind, why would it be glaring at her? She should be on the other side. Maybe it was a transparent ruler. Dude, she shoved a ruler inside the killer.
Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted?
Your Honor, please allow me to once again nay-nay on these noobs. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. I don't know, maybe it was glinting off of. After receiving the King of Prosecutors award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Doe Darky. Bro. Oh shit! Look at this! This thing is also a broken weapon. Along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Because remember, that's also when they changed the trophy. The modern King of Prosecutors trophy does not contain the knife part on top of it. Maybe it's that. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story, there is a lie.
I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife.
If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife.
Hey, I know where another one was.
The question is it detachable from the trophy? Because it looks like it's part of the fucking trophy in the picture. I guess, like, kind of it looks like it's detachable? That seems weird.
What are the chances of there being 2 broken knives?
Another broken knife. Oh, whoa. Hey, hold up. Rewind that. There's also this. That looks like a knife. The problem is this one isn't broken, so... Unless there's some way to prove that it broke, like, during their fight, then they couldn't have been using this. But this looks like a broken knife. The question is whether it's detachable. Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one?
There's another one!
If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by a simple observational error.
Mr. Wright!
In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife.
I assume, then, that you have some information about this other broken knife. If so, please feel free to enlighten us.
The judge is so fucking sassy, dude. I love him. He's always wrong about everything, but he's so sassy. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. That is the only way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. I think that's gotta be it. The trophy. Huh? Oh, I have to present it, my bad. I was just inspecting it. I hope so, because I only have 2 pips of health left. The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture. This is a picture of the awards ceremony. Oh, sorry, this is Edgeworth. This is a picture of the awards ceremony.
Oh! What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Is your hernia acting up?
It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding. Oh my god.
That's a broken knife.
As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Oh shit, you know what else that means? I think that also means that I was probably right about my theory. Because look at the evidence list. Like, see the guy holding the broken knife is about to kill the other guy, but she wasn't really sure. It was like silhouettes. So I think what it is this is Neil Marshall. This is the prosecutor. And he was gonna save her by killing this guy, but she thought that he was the evil guy. So she probably killed him, like saved the other guy by killing him. And then, like, blocked out the memory because it was so traumatizing. And that would also explain how Lan is getting blackmailed. The only problem is, what would she kill him with, right? Because now we know 2 knives are presumably already occupied. There's this broken knife from the trophy that ended up killing him. And then there's the knife that doesn't match the wound, so it couldn't be that one. I don't know. Order, order, order! I wish I had a gavel in real life. Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh, and why not, Mr. Smedgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors' knife was the weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. Yes, Edgeworth, very good. Dude, it was fucking Caesar. It was a Caesar stabbing incident. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. Oh!
I see.
That's what the judge is gonna say. Oh, no, he doesn't. I miss it. He used to say I see like every other line. It was great.
But the prosecutor was the one who died.
That's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions.
Wait, I remember now. I remember everything. Conveniently, at the last minute. After it would have been useful.
Witness?
Mr. Edgeworth,
What is it?
could you show me your evidence list again, please?
Here's Liz, the one with that picture scribbled on the back.
Yeah, why the fucking blue badger?
I knew it. This picture, I'm the one who drew it.
What? You drew... What? How are they surprised by this? Didn't we establish this? What? Didn't we already establish this? That it was two halves of the same picture? Am I insane, or was that established like 20 minutes ago?
That's right, I drew it. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture.
Dude, the MF Blue Badger is behind it all. He's the fucking Palpatine.
All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me.
Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you recall, Miss Skye?
Yes, Your Honor.
First the knife mix-up and now the Blue Badger? This should be interesting. Emma's recollection. Ba-bum. Bro, this is getting so... this is so crazy. This is already after the entire, like, first case was wrapped up. This is the Omega case.
When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed toward both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the Blue Badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
What? The judge has the exact same expression on his face as I feel inside right now. What the fuck are you talking about? Shadow over Blue Badgersmith. I hate Emma too. She's so goddamn annoying. She is the worst character in the entire game so far. I thought it was Maya, the usual assistant, but she came in and is like 5 times more obnoxious.
This is certainly most unusual.
Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago.
Yes, well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Stop! Please don't pursue this any further! It totally is. It totally is Emma is the killer. Lana!
What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair.
But the problem is, if she is the killer, why does the chief of police want to cover this up so bad? I mean, I get that he would want to blackmail Lana with that, right? Like, that part makes total sense, so that he has the prosecution in his pocket. He has the head prosecutor under his thumb, because otherwise her sister will be revealed. But then, why is he still trying to cover it up now? That's the part that doesn't make any sense. I don't know, there's gotta be more to this.
What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair.
But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Skye, we've already come this far. It's too late to turn back.
Silence! The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant.
It seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. This one is fucking... This is getting so crazy, dude. When I saw the man raise the knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them. I knocked away the man with the knife. So she knocked away, what's-his-face? Marshall. Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the Blue Badger. He wasn't in the room, but I saw his shadow. What? The blue fucking... This guy was watching with his cold and callous eyes the whole murder take place? Jesus. Then what could it have been? Piece of cloth. There's Emma Skye's prints. Oh, so this makes total sense now. So this is the piece of cloth from Neil Marshall. We now know. Like, pretty much for sure. Because she says she knocked away the man with the knife, which we now establish is Neil Marshall. It's the same color as his, like, vest. So that makes total sense now. Like, that's all locked, but... Let's check this. So we know the murder took place near here, right? So what was the Blue Badger? The armor, bro! It does not look like the Blue Badger is the issue. How did she see the fucking shadow of the blue dumbass badger? Okay, so defining features of the Blue Badger. He is short and squat, he's got 2 weapons, dual wield, and he's got 3 bulbs on his head. Could it have been the trophy? No, this definitely lacks bulbs from any angle. Like, you can't make 3 bulbs out of this. For sure. For super sure. But think about what was in the room at the time. So, Blue Badger was supposedly in the room. So, we need something that would have cast a shadow with 3 bulbs. What could have cast a shadow with 3 bulbs? There was the jar in the background, but that only has 2 knobs on it, so that wouldn't make any sense. That can't be what it is. Oh! It used to have 3! So maybe that's what it is. Yeah, if you looked at it from, like, this angle, you could see, like, 3 bulbs coming out. Or from this. So that could have technically cast a shadow, I guess. It might even be foreshadowed with, this. Because see how the Blue Badger's 3rd horn is, like, knocked off and repaired? So maybe it was, like, foreshadowing. It could be that.
I'm sure I saw his shadow.
Let's press her on this, though. The man who raised the knife. Something very annoying is coming up. Oh, God. This case is, like, it's getting very hard now. It's getting, like, very esoteric. When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark?
Yes, at least I think it was him.
You think?
All I could really see were shadows.
Yeah, see, they keep talking about shadows, and she says she didn't see the Blue Badger. She saw the shadow cast on the wall. So it has to be something that has those 3 horns coming out of it. The 3 little bulbs. The power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor's office reports.
So then you...
I panicked and rushed toward both of them. I knocked away the man with the knife.
What do you mean, you think?
It all happened so fast, and I was in shock. I don't clearly remember everything. What I did, it's all kind of a blur.
Miss Skye was almost killed before she was to witness the murder to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, this disorientation is only a little natural.
I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife.
What you did was very brave, young girl, and stupid. So what happened next?
How would she know it was blue? I don't know. It's not actually blue. The mascot's just called the Blue Badger. So, like, she just saw the silhouette, like a black silhouette of this. So what she really saw was something round with, like, 3 bulbs sticking out of it. That's why I think it's the vase. Because that's the only thing in the room that would match that description. So this thing was right here. So that means the fight took place, like, right about here as well. Let's check the evidence list real fast. Yeah, because they're fighting right here. And the quote-unquote Blue Badger shadow is right next to them. Which does confirm what we already knew, which is that it takes place in Gant's side of the office. So then she shoved the... she accidentally shoved the Marshall. She thought she was shoving, what's-his-face? The killer. And then she ended up stabbing him in the back and killing him. With one fell blow. That didn't match the knife. But she says she shoved him. So how the fuck did she stab him through the back? Oh my god. She actually is the killer. Where does it say he got stabbed in the autopsy report? Holy fuck, I think she's actually the killer. Please, please, please have her executed at gunpoint as the final cutscene. I think she actually is the killer. It punctured the heart and lung. Stabbed in the... So what happened? I think what happened... Okay, so they're fighting, right? They're fighting like right here. Right in front of this armored knight with the fucking spear. She thinks that this guy is the killer. She shoves him. He stumbles back, falls onto the fucking spear, and it pierces through his fucking heart and kills him. I think that's gotta be what it is. So that's why it's important that she saw the Blue Badger, because that confirms, beyond any shadow of a doubt, that this took place. Like, the fact that the vase shattered was already proof. But it's not, like, conclusive proof. That's conclusive proof that it took place on Gant's side of the office. So the Blue Badger was, like, right next to them during their struggle. She shoves him. He stumbles back, falls on the knight. Lights out. He's dead. Neil's dead. That's gotta be what it is. He was the Blue Badger. I'm gonna press her on this, obviously. Are you sure about this?
Of course. See? I even drew a picture of him here.
But it was the chief of detectives who thought up this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The Blue Badger didn't exist until 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable.
I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him before somewhere. Now I finally remember.
Oh, brother. Just when you thought that the thing had caused enough commotion.
Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing?
He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. Okay. But here's the thing. If this is the silhouette of the badger, right? And in her picture, she drew it the same as well. It wouldn't actually look that much like the vase, except at a very specific angle. Like a very weird angle. Because if she saw it from straight on, the silhouette, the third one wouldn't be visible, right? It would only be the two coming off the sides. Dun, dun. Yeah, like you'd have to see it from one of the front faces, and then the third one would be invisible. Unless you saw it like top down, like this. Then you could see all three, but they still wouldn't look exactly like the badger. That's interesting, that's weird. Maybe it's not that, but what else could it be? Like, we know what was in the room was an organ, a pipe organ. That does not look like the blue badger. A knight doesn't look like the blue badger. A trophy does not look like the blue badger. Like, what else she could have seen that could have cast a shadow that was round, but also had 3 prongs sticking out of it? Let's press her on this. I don't look like a fucking monkey, Chimichanga. Okay, that's it. You're banned, dude. No more Floppa posting for you. It's over. You're getting a Wojak made about you this instant. His shadow? So you mean you didn't actually see his face with its winning smile and all?
That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns.
Objection! This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. That may well be. But what's important is that it caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh? And I suppose you have an explanation. If so, then by all means, tell us what the shadow really was. Oh, I see it now. Okay, I see it now. I think I got to the right conclusion the wrong way. I think what we're looking at is a slightly angled top-down view of the vase. So this third horn is not actually like a third thing sticking out of it, like a third handle that got broken off. It's actually the base. It's the base of the vase. If you look at this as though you have a bird's eye view from a slight angle, then it looks like the vase would be standing and then the 2 things coming off the side, and you wouldn't see the third one or it was already snapped off. Tell us what the shadow really was. Who is this blue badger really? I just might know. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the blue bagger. Something that is now sitting in this very room.
Mr. Wright!
In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw?
I think that might just be it. Let's find out.
Take that!
The mysterious blue badger was in fact this!
But that's... what exactly is that?
I believe it's some sort of jar?
But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger.
Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint?
Our viewpoint?
I've got to show them the correct angle to look at this from. So if you look at it like... This is going to be really hard. So I guess this one never did actually... I guess this never was a third thing sticking out of it. You see what I'm saying, though? You can see what I'm saying. It's like... I should probably save here, because I'm going to fuck it up a lot. If you look at it like this, then it looks like the blue bagger. Oh, I can't save! Oh, I'm fucked! Yeah. Yeah, there he is, dude. I can see him as clear as day. Clear as a crisp spring morning, isn't it, Zach? It's like that. It's like that. And there's the blue bagger. Bop, bop, bop. Wait, I want the front non-bottom thing facing towards me. What? I think it should be like this, yeah? I think this means I'm right. Let's check that! This isn't right. I've got to make it look more like the badger. Allow me to remind the defense, its case hinges on the witness's drawing. If Mr. Wright can't match the shape, we cannot accept his claim.
Come on, Mr. Wright, you can do it!
God, this is stupid. I want the bronze things to show a curve, okay. Woo! This is mad fucking stupid, dude. This seems impossible. HNBM. Yeah, that looks pretty dang good to me. Except it's like not vertical enough right now. Like, there you go. Dude, if ever I've seen a blue badger, he looks like this. Shit. Stop! I'm fucking him. I'm fucking the badger. He's coming. Shit. How do I make it go down on me? HNBM. Oh, H. Okay, that's what I was missing. That looks like pretty much identical to the bagger, to be totally honest with you. Yeah, this is what I was seeing in my mind's eye. Like, this top-down kind of angle.
Take that!
Yes! Woohoo! Well, is this a miracle or what? What a fucking bizarre coincidence that the entire case hinges on. This looks like a Smash Brothers, like, stock logo. No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the Blue Badger. No, it can't be!
Order! Order! The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this.
But here's the problem. The way I got to that conclusion was not deductive. It didn't rise from any sort of evidence. It was just the elimination of the wrong answers, right? So, like, I don't actually understand yet. It could have been anything else in the room, which leaves the badger, but... or leaves the jar, rather. But I don't understand how she would get this viewpoint. Like, this angle of the jar. For the shadow to be cast like that. That, I guess, we'll figure out. But, yeah, I did not arrive at that conclusion well. Because she's seeing these guys... Opa normal style, and this one she's seeing from, like, a bird's eye. It's very strange.
The blue badger
I guess it got knocked over or something.
was actually this.
Although we all enjoy... Wait, but that doesn't make sense. If it was already knocked over, then how did it get shattered into a million pieces? I would assume it fell and shattered. Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? I'm saving again. This case is hard as fuck. Oh, that was the annoying part. Okay, awesome. Good. Yeah, that was even hard to do on PC, so I can't even imagine how hard that would be on fucking, like, Switch and consoles and shit. What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a jar? That doesn't change anything.
Objection!
I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. Or should I say, Mr. Stupid. You see, this changes everything. Indeed. Very well then, please tell us. What's different now that we know the witness saw this jar? The location, you dumb fuck! Holy shit, Edgeworth is a moron. She said she was on Lana's side of the office, but the vase is on the fucking Gantz side, next to the armor knight. God damn, he's a moron. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar?
Where?
I'd rather shit in my hands and clap than watch it tag. Brockhor, what the fuck, dude? What the fuck? My stream is slightly more enjoyable than clapping your own shit. Come on. The location of the jar is shown of a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gantz. But the body was found lying near Lana Skye's desk. The witness testified so herself. Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. Oh, shit. Wait, the body was found near Lana's desk? Aru. Okay. Well, in that case, you know what? If that's true, if what he say is spitting fact, as it's known, if this cauliflower-eared motherfucker is telling the truth, then that means that Emma probably didn't actually kill him. Unless... Oh no, it said Lana was first on the scene of the crime. Okay, so, yeah, once Lana got there, she fucked with the crime scene, so that no one would figure out it was Emma. Okay, that's what it is. Got it, my bad. It is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Skye's office. Here's the only problem I have, right? So the elephant in the room we're not talking about right now is Gant. During all of this whole stupid struggle, and then, if this train of thought is to be followed to its natural conclusion, Lana showing up and fucking with the evidence, where was Gant during all of this? Because he was also in the interview room with Marshall and Dark, so he should have been the first person on the scene. In fact, he should have showed up around the same time as Marshall, unless they took separate elevators, because it would be too gay to stand in the same elevator. It doesn't make much sense that he never showed up. It happened on the other side of the room, in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body? From Damon Gant's office to Lana Skye's office? Yes. Dude, the funny meme! Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason.
Do you know what that reason was?
No. Yes. I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying?
That would have to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall.
Unfortunately for you, old man, yeah, he was not knocked into the wall. That's rough. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit?
The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword.
Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neon Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Oh, but I am thinking, Edgeworth. I'm thinking a lot of words right now. There is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room.
Another possibility?
Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless. I don't know if I can go through with this. I can. I would love to throw Emma under the bus.
Mr. Wright, what's the matter?
If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Skye knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh my god, nailed it! Woo! I'm so fucking good at this game, dude. I'm what's known as the King of Prosecutors trophy in certain circles. Give her the chair! Give her the chair! Guys, I want to see Emma get the chair.
You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me?
Yes. You killed him.
No!
Yes. Thud. What if she pushed Phoenix and he also fell backwards onto a suit of armor and died? That would be the best ending of all time. She really did it. Look, she's a criminal. She's the serial killer. I never imagined her testimony would lead to this.
So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented.
This is kind of unprecedented, though. What? What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Skye, but given the circumstances... Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. Yeah, that makes sense. So I guess what she did was she came in, saw what happened, like saw the knocked over vase, saw the dude like dead on the suit of armor, and the knocked out, unconscious killer, so she knew it was Emma, so she fucked up the scene of the crime. My only question is, like, why was one of the pieces, like, this piece of evidence makes total sense, right? Like, this is the incriminating evidence. This is the piece of cloth on his chest from the vest where she shoved him, where Emma shoved him, which is why the chief is keeping that. It's so that he could hold this as evidence over Lana. But why keep this fragment of the jar with blood all over it that says FM? Oh, it says Emma. It probably says Emma. It probably doesn't say FM. Okay, so this is not part of the M. This is part of the E. E-M. But I don't know where the A is. I don't see that. But see, E is right here. This could be M. And then I guess this is A? I don't know. But yeah, he kept, like, the main slice of this puzzle. Like, the main slice of the broken jar as evidence to hold over her. So, I guess what happened was that the killer, or the victim, wrote her name in blood, like, as his dying letter. His dying, message. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved to Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? No. Hello, my name is Aj. Hey, what's up, Chimichaja? The A is upside down? Oh, shit! Is it? I can't see the A at all, so that makes sense. Ga. Maybe it's from a different angle. Da-da-dun-dun. Yub. Yeah, I could see that part being the A as well. I don't know. Yeah, if you look at it this way, I guess you could also see this is the E. It makes a hell of a lot more sense than FM, but I can't see it as well. I can't visualize it. For FM, it's just this is the F, and then this is all the M. But that doesn't mean anything, so I don't know why it would say FM. Evidence? Yeah, it feels like it's missing some blood. I'm billing to wet you don't.
Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence.
If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm saving. Gubba gump. She rotates. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. We certainly can't get dead people to testify. This has all been a wild Gus chase from the beginning. Touché, Miss Skye. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. Well, here's the other thing, though, too. If this weird train of thought is all true, right? Like, it said Lana Skye was first on the scene, so we're gonna assume Gant never showed up, for whatever reason. Just leave him as a giant elephant in the room. Not deal with him at all. Wouldn't one of the first things she gets rid of when she's falsifying the evidence and fucking with the crime scene be to get rid of her sister's name painted in blood on the shattered vase? Like, why would she not get rid of that, if anything? Like, why go through the trouble of moving the body, doing all this shit, putting the tip of the knife inside the guy, and then leaving a bloody trail that leads to her sister? That part seems like really weird. That seems like there's got to be more to it. Of course, that leaves us with only one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility?
What do you mean?
I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. Yep. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the well, he got stabbed through the heart, dude. You know what? I just realized that. Hang on, this entire thing doesn't make any sense. I'm not saying it's not what the game is doing, but he got punctured through the heart and lung. I'm not sure how much time he had to write a fucking message. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life, in one manner or another. That's impossible.
Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the dead!
I've got to think back to the court record. The real murderer's name is in the evidence. Digga, 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 digga. The victim loves FM. That's what Neil Marshall wanted to say before he finally passed away peacefully.
I want to listen one more time to my favorite station.
It's already in our possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Pretty much. She's been very annoying. Do not be mistaken, Miss Skye. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek. The truth. No matter how painful it may be. Ah, that's a funny callback. Wasn't that what they said during his case when he was a baby murderer? But then it turned out he wasn't a baby murderer. That's the only thing that feels stupid is like, in the other case where there was a baby murderer who didn't remember anything, it turned out they didn't kill him. So I'm afraid they'll do that again. But they wouldn't just repeat the exact same plot point, so it would kind of make sense if this time the baby murderer really was a murderer.
Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence.
It's the MF jar.
Take that!
This is the message left by the deceased.
This is that blue badger!
Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. They're so stupid. It looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here, on the surface of this jar. My favorite, like, unintentional, I think it's intentional, but, like, understated part of Phoenix Wright as a game is that it's fucking horrifying. It's like the most dystopian future imaginable. They've rehauled the justice system so that all cases are 3 days long. The most famous prosecutor is known for fucking with evidence to always get a guilty verdict, and the people are all morons. Like, your hands are in your fate is in the hands of these fucking incapable moron lawyers. It's really funny. Like, even Edgeworth and Phoenix, who are like the smartest ones, are complete idiots. A message was left here on the surface of this jar.
What do you mean?
If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. Oh, I see it now. Okay, now that it's in more detail, you can totally see it. Look, E, M, and then A. Okay, oh, I totally see it now. It looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yeah, see, that's very suspicious. So look, this one fragment that we found in Chief Gant's office is completely intact, like she didn't wipe any of that blood. But then the other fragments of the jar, she wiped like as much as she could. She wiped the blood off. So why leave that one fragment there? It's not like it could have been hidden under the body because the body was suspended by the suit of armor, so they were all just laid out on the floor. Huh. I think we've just discovered another layer to the game. But why? What does it mean? If one of the jar fragments was laying out in the open, but she did not take care of it, I can't imagine she's just incompetent and she didn't notice it. I don't know. That's really interesting. Very interesting. I'm beginning to think perhaps Chief Gant did make a visit here before anybody else, and he just didn't tell anyone. Because that's been one of the enduring mysteries as well, is why was Chief Gant in the interrogation room with Marshall, but he didn't show up until way the fuck later? Right? Like, why wasn't he there? But if you go under the assumption that he was there, and he was just collecting a few pieces of evidence from the crime scene to make it look like Emma's the killer, it starts to make a lot more sense, doesn't it?
Yes, there is a line here, drawn in blood.
So what you're saying is these dots were once lines? Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to... He had like 1 second, dude. He was pierced through the heart. That dude must have been an epic writer. One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent. No.
Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave?
Your Honor, I don't know. I've got to connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written, given the circumstances. His murderer's name! Wow, they really even give you that much of a hint? That's so dumb. This game was made for fucking babies, dude. Oh, I guess okay, so that's fine.
Ah, yahoo!
Oh.
Rayoma!
I can't connect it, man. Whatever. Phoenix is just actually writing this in Emma's blood.
Ouch!
There you go. Yeah, it looks pretty convincing to me. What does it want from me? Oh, I can present it now, okay.
Take that!
It says Ema. He was like MF Shadow Mario, dude. He's Shadow Emio. It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is that giant sweet paintbrush. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Dun dun dun. He did not have very good handwriting, huh? Literally handwriting in this case.
Emma!
So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. I don't know, man. This seems very stupid and convenient. So, we're expected to believe that... What? That he was hung up on this statue that pierced through his heart. So he dabbed behind him, reached behind him and got some blood on his fingers. Reached over to the vase, wrote Emma, then knocked it on the ground and shattered it into pieces and hoped that Lana wouldn't notice one of the pieces? Like, this doesn't make a whole lot of sense. We're still missing pieces of this puzzle.
Of all people, she may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life
Was Emma Sky. Dude, I need to pee so bad. I'm gonna fucking piss myself. I'm gonna shoot Shadow Mario goop all over Delfino Island if you catch my drift. Seaworthy? I can't say I didn't warn you. And here comes this motherfucker. Chief Gant. Do you understand the implications of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Ack! Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. No, it was a Emma Sky murderer. I'm afraid that's not important. Yeah, exactly. It's like the first murder in Danganronpa. So I don't know. I don't think that it's actually Emma. I'm beginning to think what it is it's Chief Gant who got to the scene first, realized that he could set this whole thing up to make Lana think that it was Emma, and then he could hold that over her for years. And eventually he could use her to cover up his own crime years down the road. I feel like that's actually what's going on here. Didn't you know we aren't defenders of justice? Hang on, I'm gonna go take a piss real fast. I'll be back. I'll be back in like 2 minutes and we'll finish this bastard, but I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be back in a sec. Kill him, kill him. I'm back, y'all. I'm back, y'all. I'm back, y'all. Do you do the do? Like Mountain Dew? Yes. I fucking love Mountain Dew. Mountain Dew! Remember, Francis? Where's my Mountain Dew? Now, that was a funny character. You know what's really cool about this case specifically so far in this game? At first, I thought it was just, like, overly complicated for the sake of it, but now I'm starting to understand that it's meant to be this way. Like, every single one of these little incidents makes sense if you look at it as a self-contained incident, but what you have to do is, like, pull back the scope. Like, everything is so zoomed in, and it seems to make sense in a vacuum, but when you connect it to the larger picture, nothing makes sense if you exclude Gant, right? Like, it's really cool that way. Like, this Emma part almost fooled me. This Emma part, like, almost tripped me up, but I'm pretty sure this isn't her. I'm pretty sure he's the real killer, even here. Because if you look at it in that vacuum, it's like, oh, she did the accidental shove, the vase has her name on it, like, everything is such a neat little package in that microcosm. But if you try to connect it to the larger picture, everything starts falling apart, right? Like, why didn't her sister find that evidence, that one shard of the vase? Why does he have that cloth with her handprint in his safe? How the fuck did the guy manage to get his own blood from his heart stabbing and write out her name on it? It just gives you, like, it leaves you, like, these little hints, like, these little avenues. Didn't you know we aren't defenders of justice? What? We're merely keepers of the flopper. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter, even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. I don't know, man. He's kind of based right now. It was Edgeworth's job. He's just bad at his job. Piss water.
They might have sent an innocent man to death.
How could he just stand there like it wasn't his fault?
Order, order, order! Order! $5!
The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. What the fuck, dude? They're revolting. Where this trial is headed, no one knows! This is insane. How is it still going, dude? I'm beginning to think this may not be the final session. This has to be the fucking final session, but we're halfway through the stream and we're not feeling close to a conclusion. Like, we even still have to connect everything that happened back to the present day case, which still hasn't been solved. There's a lot to go. February 25th, 12:06, District Court, Defendant Dix. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours.
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later.
Oh, poor Gumshoe. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
You've got a lot of nerve, pal. Making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals.
I take it Landis having you run errands again?
Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal.
Didn't you get fired? Evidence law, there's a little babby. Didn't you get fired, Gumshoe? Judge Grandpa does need to fucking calm down, dude. Well, it's because the fucking civilians were revolting. The jury was freaking out. What's interesting about this legal system and Ace Attorney is that they have, like, spectators as opposed to jury members. Like, the jury never has to deliberate. It's just the judge is like, he seems guilty. But they're still a jury. They just kind of sit there and talk.
She asked me to give you this if there was a break in today's trial.
Evidence law. Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule number 1. No evidence will be shown without the approval of the police department.
Is that right, Mr. Wright?
It seems so.
You could at least study some evidence law. Really?
God, I want you to get the electric chair.
The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. We're free. She said if you're planning to take him on, you're gonna need this book.
Him. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Explains the 2 rules of evidence law. It doesn't sound like it'd be that long if it explains 2 rules.
Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though.
Let's take a quick read, a quick gander at evidence law. Jesus, there's so much evidence. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Number 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Interesting. These both are going to be a pain in the ass. This is a new mechanic to throw in at the last second. So, this one in particular, considering the guy I'm going to be going up against, presumably, is the fucking chief of police, that's going to be pretty tough. He has to approve of the evidence himself. And also, I have to prove that it's relevant to the trial. I mean, that's kind of implicit in any evidence, but I guess having a direct line of connectivity is going to be difficult.
Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence.
That's where you're wrong, pal.
Huh?
Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me?
Mr. Edgeworth!
The real trial today hasn't begun yet.
What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Skye found out she unwittingly caused the man's death. And now you're telling me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal.
You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there.
What?
And we're gonna expose him.
What?
No matter what it takes.
What?
This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Dude, thanks, Chibi. I'll do my best. I'm gonna do my best to shove this evidence law book right up his ass. Up Judge Gant's ass, specifically. Not the judge, Mr. Gant. I like the tiny doors behind this judge. I imagine he just, like, lives inside of this like a cuckoo clock, and when it's court time, he just pops out into his seat.
Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, Your Honor.
The inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions.
You know what I just remembered? This show, this actually has an anime. This game. I'm so curious as to what these characters' voices actually are. Because at this point, I'm just so used to my really bad voices for all the characters. I wonder what they actually sound like. Like, what if the judge actually sounds like a fucking cool guy? Thank you for the news, Your Honor.
Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness. But, this isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have,
struck a bargain? I can't imagine Edgeworth sounds any different, though. I feel like anybody who's ever played this game has probably given Edgeworth the exact same voice. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses?
I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone's been talking and...
Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution.
A solution?
That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses.
What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing.
Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say?
Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. This is fucking insane, dude. You know what the weirdest part is? This is like all the quote-unquote good endings to these trials where like Edgeworth and Phoenix team up. It is the most like gross misconduct of justice ever. Sorry, miscarriage of justice ever. It's horrible. Like the idea of two lawyers in the courtroom colluding to reach an outcome that they both find mutually beneficial is horrifying. That is like the antithesis of the foundation of the American justice system, which is supposed to give both sides a fair shot. Now, the effectiveness of that, debatable, but that's the idea, right? And this is like the furthest from that it could possibly be. Literally just tag teaming, jumping off the high ropes, slamming tables over their backs. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. I have some of them close to the anime? Dude, I really need to check. I'm gonna be so curious to hear how they sound. They do have, you know what else they have is fucking gigantic meaty fingers. Edgeworth has the biggest goddamn finger I've ever seen in my life. He's got the MFET finger, dude.
Then it's settled.
He missed his true calling of proctology.
The defense may now call forth the next witness.
Mr. Wright, you do... Fucking big ass finger, dude. Literally the size of his entire face. His finger is the size of his entire fucking face. It's insane. You do realize this is your last chance. MF has some fucking yaoi hands for real. If you called the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. The defense calls. I need to save. This sounds like an instant lose. So right now, we're still dealing with Emma Skye in the library with the candlestick, right? So it feels like Lana Skye is who I should call because she's the one who came upon the body. But if this is the last witness I get to call, I need to talk to Gant as well. But, I mean, I have nothing yet tying him to the scene of that crime. So, I think I'm going to call Lana. The time's finally come to bring out the real murder. Oh, never mind. Thank you, video game. We have to bring out the real murderer. Okay.
Take that!
Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand.
Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything?
As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor?
I see.
Yeah, I guess so. I can't imagine Japan's justice system is this ass backwards, though. Like, it's insane. This is like some fucking draconian shit.
True. All right, bailiff. Please escort Mr. Gant to the stand.
I feel like in any justice system, the two sides should not be fucking tag-teaming witnesses. Witness, please state your name and occupation. This is like some fucking Spanish Inquisition level justice. What is this? Some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir? Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh?
Please, Mr. Gant.
Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto, what's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. It was super clear. Yeah, that is true. This time the hints definitely did save me. I was gonna call Lana because she was the one who's 100% guaranteed tied to the crime scene. I don't really see how I'm gonna get this guy to fess that he was there too. Like, I say it's pretty clear that he was there, but how on earth do I prove that? Like, no witness testimony has said that he's there. There's no direct evidence on the scene of the crime besides the shit he had in his evidence locker that would suggest he was there, but even those things he could claim that he got afterwards. Like, the only crime I can conclusively, without him fucking up and giving me ammo, tie him to is forging, like, falsifying evidence. Personally, I think it's been made, but obviously there's something I'm not thinking of, because I'm gonna have to nail him somehow. I think it's been made pretty clear already. There are still some things unaccounted for. Oh, like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure, take my testimony for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true?
I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify.
Of course, such an action carries with it a certain risk. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial for some reason. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you.
Very well. The witness may now begin his testimony.
I like his little glasses, man. I want these glasses so bad. If there's one thing you could say about this clamshell beard having ass bitch, he's got really good fashion. I'd say his only slip up is the orange jacket doesn't look that good. But he's trying to get that Larry Butts swag, and nobody can blame him for that. No one could possibly hold that against him. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Okay, so now I can finally ask him the question that's been, like, just the elephant in the room, essentially. Which is why the fuck it took him so long to get there, when he was also interrogating the same guy, of the first guy on the scene.
Is that when Dark was arrested?
Him? He was just lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seemed Dark bumped his head. Lights out.
I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut.
If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I'd better hit him hard and fast. He just pulls a gun. He should, dude. He should RoboCop these bitches. Your move, creep. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. Okay, we're definitely pressing him on this. This is something I've wanted to ask, like, the entire stream today. Is like, why the fuck, dude, did it take you so long? As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that... Really? You're not gonna ask him? Oh my god. Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked Dark and made him run away like that. Was the defendant Lana Skye also present in the room? I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Dark ran for it. How did Lana even know that this was happening? That's the interesting question, right? It's like, how long did it take Lana to show up on the crime scene after this? Because, like, we know for a fact that Gant and Neil knew because the guy ran out of the room they were in. But if we're going to give a lot of benefit of the doubt and assume no other cops saw him on his way to the elevator, then how did anybody except Gant and Neil know that this had happened? Like, wouldn't Lana not have stumbled into it till she happened to come back to her office way later? We slipped up. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. She had already arranged the crime scene. Okay, let's press him on this then. We slipped up. So the two of you ran immediately after him, right? That's right, but Dark made it to the elevator first. So Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs. Oh, that's such a good excuse. Damn, that's a really good excuse. Oh man, that's such a good excuse. I mean, most modern elevators, you could tell which way they're going, but... Oh man, that's such a good excuse. I guess you could say he got lucky. What's this about a power outage? Oh, that. The elevator stopped all of a sudden and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil was when that knife went into his heart, though. That's not funny. That's not funny. That's inappropriate? Whoa. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. I'm gonna question him about Lana being there. Could you tell us what you saw? It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Dark was also lying Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor? Yes, apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls, Lana and Emma. Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done. She had already arranged the crime scene. Is my phone ringing? I'm getting a call from Austin, Texas right now. Hey, Austin, Texas! Fuck off! I'm busy! Austin, Texas, guys, is the worst Texas, just so you know. That's not true. I just like starting beef with Austin for no reason. How can you know that? Because of the victim's body. It had already been moved. So that means... You found the body near Lana's desk. That's right. I think you said earlier. It was my suit of armor that Rita stabbed the prosecutor. Yes. Anyway. No, dude, it's Jimmy. He's calling me. He just wants to chat. He just wants to have a quick conversation about forged evidence. I had nothing to do with the forgery. So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office? That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt, but moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter the circumstances. Is that how it really went down? Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you'd better off staring at the court record. Yeah, I agree. I think I'm gonna have to present one of the pieces of evidence that he withheld from the court. Worthy, always the smooth talker. But which piece of evidence ties Gant to the forgery? Lana did admit to forging evidence, but that can't be the whole truth. Somehow I've got to link Gant to the incident. So here's the thing. I think it's gotta be the piece of the vase that has blood on it. Because if she had already been there and cleaned the crime scene as a super intelligent detective, second in command, she would have been pretty thorough. I can't imagine she just randomly missed a piece. Like, I feel like the piece of brown fabric he could have conceivably taken afterwards, like after the body was found. But the bloody urn, he had to have gotten there before she did in order to snag it. It's the only way. She had already arranged the crime scene, or I had nothing to do with it. Both of these I should be able to call him out on with this evidence. I'm going to call him out on this because it's more solid. I had nothing to do with the forgery, and then I can present... Well, actually, I can present any of the lost evidence, really. Because he did have something to do with the forgery. That's a clear contradiction. I'll present this. You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example.
That's that blue badger!
A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk.
It was found where?
You see, Chief Gant... Oh, fuck. These are articles of evidence uncovered in your office. I think I just fucked myself by saying this. Because the first rule of evidence law is that the police has to, accept the evidence I bring. And both of those were shit I stole from the police. They definitely did not approve of them. These articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation. Illegal.
Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this?
Oh, here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit to it then, that you were involved. Who, me? Or do you mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Rado? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured Dick will receive his due punishment. What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work. That's hilarious. Poor Detective Gumshoe, man. He's got the hardest life. All he does is try to help out Edgeworth, and Edgeworth just constantly cuts his salary.
Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office and their relation to the forgery.
My, kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Wait, why does he have to do this? That should be discarded. It's against evidence law. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Okay, there's a lot of things I can contradict there.
Mr. Wright!
Yes, Your Honor.
When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol.
You do understand that I am the chief of police, right? There will be consequences.
Ooh!
Indeed, I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again.
My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know.
All right, Edgy. In return, though.
I know. That place, right?
Huh? One of these guys, telepathic? So yeah, there's a lot to unpack here. Pretty much every single one of his statements was a contradiction. Like this, we found it inside of his fucking safe. I'm gonna press him, but I'm not gonna call him out on this. There's better stuff. Dude, they're going to the fucking strip club.
Get drunk, get dizzy! Oh, yeah!
I'd appreciate it if you'd stop making these ridiculous allegations. Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that. What? I totally have the guts. I'll have you know, back in the day I once broke into a cattle ranch and tipped...
Mr. Wright, what are you saying?
Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're gonna need it later. Later? What are you talking about? What else? I'm talking about when Rado's prints are found. Yes, if they're found inside my safe, they would prove his investigation was illegal. Ugh, I've never faced anyone as slimy as this guy. Except for like every other defendant ever. Or not defendant, but witness. You can't prove when. I think I can prove when. I think I can actually prove when they were discovered is the thing. What do you mean by that? This is all purely hypothetical, of course, but suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery. If concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery. I'm not through speaking yet, righto? It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. If they were found after Doc was convicted, then they're worthless. How would you possibly have a piece of the shirt of the guy who was killed? Like, how long were you leaving his fucking... Was he a skeleton hanging on your night? It was not after Dark was convicted. Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation? It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Doc was sentenced. Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient? Right. The chief is talking about a possibility, so long as you can't rule that out. Your remarks, however clever they may be, it will only succeed in wasting time. Tell me something I don't know! Come on now, Rado, think about it. There's no reason I'd participate in forgery. How can you look me in the eye and say that? Because I'm innocent. Remember, who was it that murdered Neil?
I'm not sure I care for the word murder here, but in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's demise was Emma Skye!
Well, now do you see? Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there is one very large benefit you've reaped from all this. Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would, of course, be the position you have. Chief of Police. Oh! The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. Oh, that's a good one. Huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway. Ah! Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Yeah, he could have still done it to put Lana in the prosecutor's chair. The head prosecutor. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Aji, would you mind if I change my testimony a little?
By all means, please do!
He wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for him. Well, this isn't true, but I don't really have, like, evidence to present against it. Well, it is true, but there is something in it for him. Because he got to somehow transfer her to the prosecutor's office and make her head prosecutor. So that's a pretty good motivation right there. It just consolidates his power even further. because he controls the prosecutors and the police. Yup, 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 yup. I'm gonna press him on this. He wouldn't be accomplice if there's nothing for him. Nothing in it for you! Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again. You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Oh, that's a good one, Werther. Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? Yub. True, you might not help out anyone for their sake. But if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone.
Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice guy who likes to lend people a hand.
That's not what I mean.
Very well then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence?
Liberty Lana Skye, age 29.
Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye? The defendant?
I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit.
Self-profit? What do you mean?
After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. Which still doesn't really make that much sense. Like, am I crazy? Do detectives cross-promote into the prosecutor's office? I don't think that's how that works. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is more connected than I think. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant.
But how would he profit from all this?
He would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his meat puppet. Good band. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations.
Do you mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets?
I fucking love the judge so goddamn much. He's like the dumbest motherfucker who ever lived. It's so fucking funny. Just dead silence.
Oh, wait! You must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind.
Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive? To appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her. Righto, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Lana? She's keeping quiet to protect Emma! There's no way she'd testify against Gant.
I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture.
Unless that is also what happened in this incident.
This incident? Which one would that be?
Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Well, yes, but we need evidence for that, Edgeman. There must be something. I can't think of any evidence right now. Like, that would definitively tie him to this other crime. Because there's the shit that was in his locker, but we've already established that's not going to fly because the police did not approve it. So he's just saying it was forgery on my part. So I don't know. We got to find something, man. B-Wings and TIE Defenders are coming to Star Wars Squadrons. Oh, hell yeah, Walker-B. Walker-B, are you a B-Wing man or a TIE Defender? Walker-B, you'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt.
Just what do you mean?
What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement.
What?
That sounded like a TIE fighter, too.
Order! I said order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious!
Huh?
This is an affront to the highest-ranking officer in our law enforcement agency! To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? That's impossible!
He does look pretty fucking fly for the job, dude. All the characters in this game were the most fly ties I've ever seen. Even Phoenix Wright's fucking neon pink tie is pretty fly. This judge is fucking stupid as shit. I love him. Wakabi, you're a tie defender? I'm a bit of a B-wingman myself out of those two. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. It looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this.
Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer, is involved in this murder?
I need to save because, like, no. Good question. Not definitively. Like, there's a bunch of tenuous circumstantial evidence that links him. Like, for example, the fact that he sent Edgeworth to go get that screwdriver from the other case, coincidentally, like, right when he needed Edgeworth to be out of the way. But nothing that would definitively tie him, and nothing that's approved by the police. Like, the evidence laws are fucking me here. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell.
I see. All right then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman.
Maybe the switchblade knife. Oh, the ID card reader. Yeah? 7777 at 4:20 p.m.? ID card reader! It must be that. Yubba 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 yubba. Why do we always get this judge and not the other one? Is there another judge? Oh my god, I hope he looks and acts exactly the same. So he's like been on every other case, I just haven't noticed. He's just like a mole on his cheek. Let's try the evidence list, or the ID card record, but I don't know, man. Because this is specifically to tie him to the murder of Goodman, not to the murder of what's his face, Neil. So yeah, I think it's like one of these two, but they're connected, right? Like the fact that the switchblade knife was found at the crime scene and it came from the evidence room, and we now have pretty much proven that what's-her-face was never in the evidence room. The only way it would be there is if he went in there with him, because his ID card number's got to be 77777. So both of these things. But I'm going to do the ID card record.
Take that! This is the ID card list.
Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 777-7777. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It's your number.
What? How do you know that?
The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. You know that criminal thing I did where I stole evidence that was illegal? That's how I know.
That goes against evidence law. Shit!
A 7-digit code.
7 digits? You don't mean...
I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 777-7777. Call the sevens. Oh, that's fucking sick, dude. I want to see the other judge eventually. The walk-up E-judge. Wonder Woman 1984 is heading to HBO Max. Yo, let's go. Guys, I don't know what Wonder Woman is. I've got bad news. You know what? I'm so sick of this fucking agenda in this country, dude. Where's Wonder Man? Okay? I'm sick of this fucking SJW, Mary Sue's SJW shit. Even in this freaking game, which is made in glorious Japan, where everybody's sexist or racist like me, there's even fucking women femoid characters in this game, pissing me off and shit. Get them out of the game! Get them out of my fucking life, dude. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Haha, he's pissed.
Order! Order! Chief Gant, what do you have to say?
Nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violation. Yeah, it was against the evidence law, so it doesn't matter. And I will demand Mr. Wright to be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Oh, sweet, I meet him in the next one. Okay, awesome. I want to meet another. I love this judge so much, though. He's like my favorite boy.
Chief Gant, so you admit it? You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime?
What about it? I'm chief of police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom. What's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Yeah, we actually have him on this, and this is legally obtained evidence. Because according to the videotape with the Blue Badger, Detective Goodman's locker was already opened by the time that Meekins got there. So the only other time he could have come in was with Edgeworth. So it had to be at one of these two times. I don't remember if we've disproved Edgeworth being able to bring him in, but we definitely ruled out him being any of these. So he had to have come in with either Edgeworth or the Chief. 100%. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be there with you, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him in days, Chief Gant? I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman.
What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt.
No, it isn't, Your Honor. You stupid. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting?
In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm gonna have to ask you for evidence. Show us the proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime.
Yub. Yeah, it's gotta be the evidence locker. What? Detective Goodman had to go see Chief Gant. Okay, so it's not the evidence locker. In that case, it's probably the missing item report. But why don't you come meet with me tomorrow? Perhaps we could write up your letter of termination? Regardless, you did see Detective Goodman that day.
In that case, Mr. Wright, give me the evidence.
Missing item report. Can only be submitted to Chief of Police. Yeah, okay.
Take that!
Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to you. The Wii U released this day. No, it didn't, Wakabi. That shit came out 8 years ago. Wakabi's lying! Get him out of the chat room. Guys, he is not following the evidence law. Eject Wakabi from the courtroom. Yet you are in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure if he filled it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day.
He needed to?
Yes, to transfer the evidence out.
Oh!
Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room.
I accompanied him.
There's no other way the murderer and the Detective Goodman could have entered the Riznu.
Hold on, let me guess what you're gonna say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman.
Exactly.
But wait! The chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card.
Yes, now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort. No, sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to the... Yeah, exactly, it would have been on the body. It would have been found on his body. No! Oh my god, dude. I thought he was about to say the N-word, but he got struck by lightning instead.
Chief Gant! You didn't!
The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. Haha, walk up E. Let's go walk up E. Guys, walk up E swag, if you will. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there?
I was at the police department the entire day, you know.
And everyone was aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I can just order an officer to do it? Hey you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gantz, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. He did? Let me check the court record real fast, because this one I actually have no clue. How would he have moved it? Parking stub? Well, yeah, in the trunk, obviously, but how did he get it to the trunk? Blue Badger, dude. He was inside the Blue Badger all along. So spooky.
Aber das ist doch schon aufgeschnifft.
Yes, the screwdriver, of course. But then, again, how does he get the body into the trunk? Diggy 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 dig. I don't know. So what he did was he called Edgeworth over to get the evidence, put the body in Edgeworth's trunk, and Edgeworth drove it back to the prosecutor's office. But how, though? But how the fuck did he move it to the trunk? And all this time, I thought it was a useless clue just taking up space.
How could the chief have moved the body?
I'm saving, because I might be wrong.
Mr. Wright, show us this evidence.
To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body.
A parking stub? Miles Edgeworth.
You mean the body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car? Can you tell Wakabi to unblock me? Hey Wakabi, everybody's asking to be unblocked, so if you could find it in your heart to unblock all of them, that would be your own decision. I'm not going to tell him to do it. You know why? Because Wakabi's got swaggy, he's got his own code, his own moral code. Who he blocks and who he unblocks is none of my business. He walks his own path. He's his own man. The body was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. Yeah, but how the fuck did he move it through an entire police station to the trunk of his car? You mean I carried the victim's body? Precisely so. But wait, even you know, I didn't plan on returning to my office after the ceremony finished that day. But you did return. Tell me, why? I don't know, I fucking felt like it. I was asked to go. Yeah, because of the screwdriver, dude. By Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. Yup. So you see, what you were really taking to the prosecutor's office wasn't the screwdriver, but the victim's body in your trunk.
Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of the car.
Yes, unless of course you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye.
Order!
I knew he was gonna say it, dude. Because he was hitting his funny hammer on the table.
What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations?
Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took of the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed into the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It is a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. So then why was she already covered in blood? That doesn't make any sense.
Chief Gant, please say something.
I'm sure it makes sense, I just forgot because it's been like 3 weeks since that fucking part of the trial. I believe your time's up.
My time's up?
Sorry, Rido, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're going to make it in time for the early bird special. But the cross-examination isn't finished. Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now.
What? That is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered.
So you're going to just run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, You think I had Lana dispose of the body? Get that ass banned. If so, then show your proof and get it over with. Shit.
I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright,
Your Honor?
do you have any concrete proof?
I don't think I do.
Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Mrs. Skye dispose of the body.
Do I have any concrete proof? Usually in Edgeworth's toolbox. No prints. It's the Blue Badger! Let's see. There's the traces of blood of Goodman and Lana Skye, not the chief. Wrapped in the defendant's... Oh, right, she was covered in blood. She cut her hand or some shit. I forgot that. Evidence room is good, but that's not proof that he killed him. Scene of the stabbing of the Detective PD. Let's check this real fast. A new Among Us map is coming out, and it's the airship from Harry Potter. Oh shit, dude. It's the MF Drawndringio. That's sweet. I can't wait! I'm surprised Among Us hasn't, like, released more content ever since it blew up so big. Extremely thin rubber glove. Evidence locker. I don't think I have concrete proof that he did it. The thing is, like, and I have to follow evidence law as well. If you take evidence law into the equation, then, especially for this crime, there's absolutely nothing concretely tying him to the killing of Goodman. At least not that I can think of. Maybe there's something I'm overlooking, but yeah, it's just not here yet. Goodman's autopsy report. Yeah, huh. I don't think I have anything. I'm just gonna save and then say I don't have the evidence. I have no proof yet. It's no use showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence. COG.
In that case, this court is forced to penalize you.
What? I just said no, so I wouldn't get penalized. What? Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, Rado. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Udgy, I'll leave the rest to you. No! He teleported away! Damn it, did I fuck up?
I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency.
Wah! Lady Luck, Maybe we should have a word with her.
Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean?
There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. Yeah, Lana, but she won't fucking talk. A lady who knows the truth. Another witness! In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone in this very room.
Mr. Edgeworth, who is this mysterious person?
Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today.
Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist?
She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor, the defense calls forth. So did I pick the right one, or did I fuck up, but it's giving me another chance? Like, was there actually evidence I could have said? I don't think so. I think there was no clear-cut evidence there. Yeah, it's gotta be Lana.
Take that! The defendant? Miss Lana Skye?
She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. Her task? To dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's orders.
Mr. Edgeworth?
The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor.
Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day.
Holy shit.
In 15 minutes, we will reconvene. This court is now in
Hold on.
Huh?
Chief,
Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat.
listen good, Lana. He's talking to Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. This isn't good. Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to be thinking about. All right then, I've got a lunch date to meet. Damn. Dude, it's almost been the whole stream. This game cannot go on another session. It has to end tonight. Holy fuck. This case alone has been over 10 hours.
Okay, if there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess.
They did say this is the final recess, though. So, hopefully it'll be over in the next 30 minutes to an hour. I mean, I'm enjoying the hell out of it. It's just so fucking long. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, we're colluding. Like scumbags. That chief, he's something else, eh, pals? Detective Gumshoe. I'm not a detective anymore. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Don't worry, I've already decided where to work now. At your office! What? That's awesome. Please tell me the second game he's my office? Sure! I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with. Could he mean... Maya? Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. How is it he always gets the upper hand? It's not fair that he has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, right. Remember what the judge said?
But Chief, that is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks.
Oh, I should have put like an echo effect on my voice because it was a flashback.
Risks.
Risks? What did he mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything, too? Who's this? Oh my god, no! No! Why is she back? Please tell me an errant meteor just comes through the courtroom and crushes her. Emma, are you okay?
Yeah, I got over the whole murder thing. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery.
So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before.
No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved.
Relieved?
Yeah, now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all, just to protect me.
Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her.
What do you mean?
What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside, to force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold.
It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall.
Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. Just because you murdered him doesn't mean you murdered him. Blame society, pal. That's what the internet does.
Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor.
I see. Well, we'd better get back. It's time for the final act. Emma, why don't you wait H?
No, I'm not waiting H. I want to be there when Lana tells the truth.
She's not gonna tell the truth, dude. Let's go, right? It's time to end this. I'm gonna fucking force her to tell the truth, because or else I'll break her fucking beak off, man. The stultification of this courtroom cannot continue. The utter foolishness we are seeing on display in this court is more akin to a circus than a room of law. This is a disgrace to everything our legal system stands for. This is a gross miscarriage of justice. Phoenix Wright teaming up with Edgeworth to take on poor innocent Mr. Gant? It's just send Emma to the chair. What's so wrong with that? I mean, think about it this way. Think about it in terms of detached, objective effectiveness. If we send Chief Gant A man of the people, a man of high society, to the chair. All of a sudden, there's a huge power vacuum in the city. All the good that he does goes away. If we send foolish Emma, 16-year-old nothing, nobody, forensic investigator, to the chair, what changes in the world? Nothing. I see it as a win for everybody involved. Chief Gant gets to keep on swagging it up, and, Emma dies, which is a plus for me. I think the only moral and just thing to do is to send this bitch to the chair for no reason.
Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lanasky, please take the stand?
It's honestly kind of fucked up that we're trying to get poor Chief Gant in jail. Miss Lanasky, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But, oh God, this is gonna be so hard. It's so hard to do their voices for some reason together. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years. What I've done!
Please stop singing Linkin Park, Miss Sky. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth.
Of course, the truth.
Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Until I'm executed. In 3 days.
Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant.
Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant.
Gant and the fabrication.
Saving again, cause this case got really hard. This case was really easy for the first half of it. I think that was kind of interesting too. This case was like a complete breeze during the Bruce Goodman part of it. But then on this half, like this second half, it got quite difficult. Because like it just got so much more esoteric, all the evidence. And they changed the rules too, because you're dealing with a crooked cop. Crooked chief of police. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to his blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago, all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma.
Are you sure about this testimony?
Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure.
But Lana...
If this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this.
That's what I've been telling you from the beginning.
Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me.
That sounds like a fucking you problem, dude. But what if she's telling the truth?
She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony.
Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself.
The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Dang, dude, this is getting fucking intense. We gotta save, the little rascal for no reason. I still hope that I can have an alternate ending where I choose to save Gant instead. And there's just a hardcore sex scene between Phoenix and Gant at the very end. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory.
Objection!
But think about it, Miss Sky. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And I fabricated the evidence all by myself. I think this is going to be the statement we call her on, probably. Because, again, there's just things that don't make sense if she was the only one who fucked with the crime scene. Like the piece of the urn that still has blood on it, and the piece of the coat, specifically, with Emma's little handprint on it. Where she grabbed his titty and sexually harassed him. Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Wait, self-defense gets you off in this universe? What? Wasn't there a whole case where it all hinged on that not being true? There was the one where the Steel Samurai guy tried to murder that girl, and she killed him in self-defense. And then she tried to cover it up and got convicted at the end. Like she was guilty. But it was also self-defense. He came there to murder her, which we proved. And then she pushed him and he died. What? That doesn't make any sense at all. Oh, let's keep going. Roll through it. That's why I couldn't forgive him.
Lana!
So that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago.
I rearranged the crime scene. You say you did this all by yourself? Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body. Wait, what? You fool! You fucking oaf! You just destroyed your own case in 1 second. Did she not hear the entire last sequence? What? But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Doc? Something like that. If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Doc was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies.
All just to protect me.
So when you found a scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to.
Yes. I broke off the tip of the knife, planted it inside the wound, then moved the body. Let's press her on this. That seems interesting. You planted the tip of Dark's knife in the wound?
And you moved the body!
But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of the others. Why did you move the body? I'm honestly more curious as to why he moved the body, rather than why she planted the knife. Because in her version of events, where he didn't wind up strung up like a marionette on top of the armor, why would she need to move the body in that case? When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gahn's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple.
Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Skye moved the body.
The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. My only motivation was to get Doc convicted.
Hold it!
Pieces of the jar? You mean... Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Doc committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. So, when you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. Yub. Neil Marshall was dead and Doc was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle.
I see!
I fucking love so much when he says I see. It's literally my favorite thing he does. What's the matter, Emma?
Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed.
Yeah, so how did they fucking write Emma in blood?
But I have a feeling there is more to it than that.
There must be a contradiction here somewhere. I committed this fabrication completely alone.
It had nothing to do with Emma, but it did, though.
So yeah, the thing is, the jar already having said Emma wouldn't make any sense if she actually did do this alone, and, like, it was already shattered when she got there. Unless the guy was a super genius, and he picked up the pieces of the jar with his toes, figured out which one's connected, reached back for his heart blood that got shattered when the spear pierced it, and then wrote the letters and connected them on the shattered jar pieces that were connected. But that seems like a lot to do in the 1 second you have before you bleed out after getting stabbed through the heart. That seems difficult. It had nothing to do with Emma. So you rearranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like the quote-unquote murderrior? How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it. Period, child. Are you so desperate to hide this fact? You're willing to risk the death sentence?
She's lying. She did it so I wouldn't be blamed.
In any case, as a prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions.
Mr. Wright, my sister's lying.
Looks like she's determined to protect you to the end. She insists she fabricated the evidence by herself.
There's no way she could have done it alone.
I've got to get Lana to talk more. If she's lying, then she's bound to slip up and make a contradiction. I think I need to present on this, on the pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. Well, because yeah, how the fuck would they already have Emma written in blood on the jar before it shattered then? I think that's gotta be what it is. Emma is written on the surface in blood. I don't know, this feels like the kind of thing where the game is gonna be like, nope, that's not what you need to do right now, but you'll need to do it in 2 seconds. Let's try. Miss Skye, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister.
You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered?
If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. Hey, thanks, Sam the Cam Man Eats Jam. Appreciate the follow, dog. That's a phenomenal name. You got here just in time for our thrilling conclusion to Phoenix Attorney. I've been playing this game my first playthrough. It's super fun so far. But right now, we're just wrapping it up. It's a final case. A contradiction in my testimony. You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right.
Do you have a problem with that?
It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. Oh. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. Are you telling me that in the fucking 2 years that she's been being blackmailed, she never once thought about that?
Order, order!
Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth.
Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony.
Jar and message in blood. Yo, that's fucking intense. Shub, 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 shub. She's not very smart for the chief prosecutor, but she tries hard, and she wears weird Nazi uniforms and ninja scarves, so she still has kind of a lot of drip at the same time. It was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. Okay, there's the contradiction. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered.
You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood?
I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time.
She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence.
Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Well, this is a really easy one. Holy shit. She's stupid. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm super sure I got them all and could not have missed one. So yeah, that's the contradiction, because there's a giant fragment that says M.A. Yeah, you know what's funny about this case specifically is that, like, if Gant had stayed and not left when he felt like he was backed into a corner, we couldn't have gotten him. Like, the fact that we got to bring Emma to the stand with him not here to, like, keep her threatened, like, this is gonna be the smoking gun. This is gonna be how we're gonna get him. Like, all the evidence we had on Gant was circumstantial, and none of it was passing the evidence laws, like Rule 1 and 2. But now that he's not here to enforce that, like, he's fucked. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. But how could you have seen with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office. The detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me.
Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go.
I never miss everything. I got every last piece. Okay, perfect. That's what we needed to hear. That's what we needed to hear. We got him. Hey, what up, Milkman? Welcome back to the final episode of Ace Attorney. I'm fucking stomping this last case, dude. Emma is written on the surface in blood. Miss Skye, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the Chief's safe? But how? I knew it! She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it.
But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of him.
Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. Gant got there first. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you!
Rabble, rabble, rabble.
Yeah, it was actually like a fucking Only Milk subscription. It was pretty sweet. They just come and bring you milk every day, and then they take the bottles away. But we don't have it anymore, because I don't know why. Because it was too swell, I guess. I would love to have a milk subscription. It's so inconvenient and stupid.
But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece?
She just testified that she looked with a light and made sure she got everything. I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective.
That may very well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day playing Genshin Impact. They were in my mouth all along!
Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken.
Oh, that!
There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness.
I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first, why would he break the jar?
The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that?
No! No!
Poor Chief, man, he's taking it hard. He was really resisting the urge to scream the N-word in his final years.
Wait, I'm not the one on trial here!
Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposefully hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence.
But why would Chief Gant do that?
In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear?
What happened afterwards?
Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped to create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma, and therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the Chief's puppet. She bit her fucking thumb off, dude. No, I did it on my own.
Please, sis, stop trying to protect the Chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake.
No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Not like me, who fabricated evidence to put a man to death. Foul lies? Imagine that, coming from my own client.
I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth.
I love how the judge just constantly shits on him the whole game. It's fucking awesome. Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap?
Is something wrong, Mr. Wright?
Lana may be right after all. What do you mean, right?
So you do tell foul lies?
Miss Skye, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie.
But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall.
Miss Skye, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will if you tell the truth. Very well, I suppose I'll kill my sister.
All right, the witness may testify once more for the final time.
Okay, sure, I lied the first 30 times, but this time I'm super serious. Dude, the crazy part is that I feel like it's actually not Emma who did it. Because now that we know something, it actually changed everything, and I didn't even think about it, because it seemed so minor. But yeah, the order that even the urn falling over happened in changes everything. Because remember, according to this theory, the whole thing the reason we thought the urn broke was because when this dude slammed into the armor so hard that it pierced through him and killed him, the urn fell and shattered, right? But now we know that didn't happen. Which means when she shoved him, he didn't actually slam the wall, which is where the armor was, which is what we thought stabbed him to death, her shoving him into it. So I guess that kind of changed everything. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on the suit of armor's sword. Emma and Doc were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it, but if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent.
Nope, she's still going to jail. Unbelievable! The body was impaled on the armor sword?
You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. What? To me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. But I don't remember receiving a picture like that.
Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you.
Yeah, I did not get a picture.
Please present this picture.
I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana.
Lana said she gave it to you this morning.
Wait, what did I get from her? I don't remember this. Because this was last week. This morning was last week in reality. Shit. I got something then.
Let's check the evidence.
What did she give me? It has to be in the recent stuff.
Evidence law? Oh, fuck.
What's on the back? A chicken. Oh my god. It was there the whole time. Hey, there's a picture here. Did you notice something about that picture? Yeah, the piece of fabric is already missing from his shirt. How fucking stupid is Lana Skye that she didn't notice this? That's the smoking gun, dude. That's the proof. So Gant had already removed the piece of blackmail, the piece of the shirt that had Emma's fingerprints on it. So the reason we thought this was important is because the chief was holding it as blackmail that Emma had killed him by shoving him into the armor by accident. But now we know that's not true, because he removed it. He was the first one on the scene. Well, we don't know that she didn't push him, but it seems pretty obvious given the rest of the circumstances.
Oh my!
I was gonna say there's also blood on the front of him, but I think he just spit out the blood all over himself.
Oh my! This is a dead body! No other detective saw the crime scene like this.
Oh, because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything.
Mr. Wright? That piece cut out from his vest. Could that be?
The cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe. What's this?
This is a handprint, isn't it? That cloth! It had fingerprints on it! Whose ever fingerprints those are must be the real murderer.
No, you're fucking stupid. Those fingerprints, they're yours.
Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright?
Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer.
Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
So, I think I understand what happened now. I think that when Emma shoved him, it did not kill him. It knocked him out. And so when What's-His-Face got to the crime scene originally, Gant, before anybody else, but nobody knew he was there, he took it upon himself to set it up as though Emma had killed him because he knew he could use it as leverage over her for the rest of her life as the chief prosecutor. So, like, he is the one who actually killed Neil. He, like, hung him up on the suit of armor, killing him. And he set up Emma as though she had done it. He wrote Emma's name in blood on the vase and then smashed it. Like, he set up, like, everything. Although it's weird that he smashed the vase. I thought it was going to be, like, he wrote it and then left it there and she smashed it, but I just remembered that she says she found the fragments. So for some reason, he wrote her name in blood and then immediately smashed it, which makes no sense. But I mean, you know, he can do his stuff. I'm not going to tell him how to live his life. Like, live your best murderer life, Chief Gant. I'm not going to stop you. I'm not going to try to mansplain to you how you should do your murders better. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body. Oh, never mind. Oh no, he's back. Come now, Urgy. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen.
Chief Gant!
What, now you want to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put a word or two in my defense. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your neck.
Guap!
Poor Gant, dude. So what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence.
Yes, that's true! Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence?
No, I don't, but someone does.
Someone?
So, what's your excuse, Rado? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Oh, because yeah, he knows. Shit. It was in his evidence locker, so he knew the whole time that the prints were on that piece of cloth, yeah. Damn it. So he knows that Emma's prints are on the cloth. He's being a hoe. Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt.
Is this true, Mr. Wright?
If I show that piece of evidence now, I need to save. If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer.
Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. And if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries.
What do I do now? I don't want to go to the Board of Inquiries. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall? I'm gonna show it. I mean, like, listen, Emma, if that is your real name, if you really are innocent, then we need to prove it by having all the cards on the table. Think about it. This entire case, this entire fucking cascade of horrible events was caused by people trying to hide evidence, to hide the truth. So if we get to the conclusion that this guy is the killer by concealing evidence and fabricating evidence, we're back to fucking square one. We did exactly what he did. We're just as bad as he is. If we're gonna prove she's innocent, we have to do it with all of the cards on the table, so there can be no room for doubt. So there can be no fucking room for doubt. I'm showing the evidence. Yes, Your Honor, I do have further evidence.
All right, the time has finally come to show it to them. Those prints have got to be the chief's.
Now then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered.
It's the fucking Blue Badger, dude. He did it all. The Blue Badger is a real son of a bitch. I know it was him. Dugga, 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 dugga. Now we're gonna use the piece of cloth.
Take that! It's a piece of leather cloth?
Yes, and most likely was cut from the victim's vest, near his chest. I'm being an honest lawyer? Wild. It is wild, but it's only because I actually think that my client's innocent. If my client is actually innocent, then I shouldn't need to hide evidence. Because I think Gant actually did it. If I thought my client did it, I'd hide it. Because then my client would be likely to get off. But since I think my client is innocent, then my best move is to present everything. Because the truth, as it unfolds, will prove that she's innocent. It was most likely cut from the victim's chest. What's this? There's a big handprint on it.
Surely it must have been left on the cloth by whoever shoved the victim into the sword.
What? Whose fingerprints are on this?
I'm sure Ryder was checked, haven't you?
Well, whose are they?
Tell them, dude. They're Miss Skies. Miss Emma Skies.
What? They're mine?
I don't get what the puns are in this case. Usually there's like puns for the character names, but in this one, it's like Emma Sky and Lana Sky. I don't know what that's supposed to be.
They're mine? So I really did do it.
See, I told you it was conclusive.
But this was found in your safe. That means it's possible you forged it.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember any cloth in my safe. Do you really expect me to believe that?
Then how did you fucking know that I had it, you oaf? But give it up, Mr. Wright. It's over. You shouldn't have presented that. By presenting that evidence, you tied Emma Sky to Neil Marshall's death. No, I didn't. No!
It appears we have our killer.
No! Don't fucking make her guilty, dude. No! I killed Emma Sky, guys. Bad news. Well, it's good news for me, because I rather her dead. In the end, Lana alone was found guilty on all counts. What? That doesn't even make sense, first off. Okay, we're going back. We're going back. Okay, so basically the game where you were told the entire game how bad forging evidence is, you have to forge the evidence at the very end. There were like 3 cases where it's talking about how evil it is to forge evidence and how it won't let you find the truth. Except for this time. This time you have to forge the evidence. Because it's cool that way. Dig it, dig it, dig it, dig it. Cannot show evidence. Your Honor, I super swear that I don't have any evidence that shows Emma Sky's greasy little handprints all over the murder victim.
What? You lie!
Chief Gant?
You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence.
I don't know what you're talking about. You oaf.
Mr. Wright, why don't you show them?
Because the game doesn't want me to.
We found it together.
Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it.
What are you talking about, Chief Gant?
Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? It looks like part of it's been cut out for some reason.
You mean you had this in your safe?
What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department.
Who cares?
Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Rado. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened.
What? You mean you admit to it?
Okay. Interesting.
I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana.
So you really were manipulating her.
I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, then when she saw the scene, she would ask for my aid.
So you assisted Mrs. Sky.
If I told her to arrange all the evidence, I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room.
And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dog convicted with falsified evidence.
When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you.
2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe?
But why?
For insurance, of course.
Insurance?
I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that the girl committed.
You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence?
What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment?
Sita!
I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces.
But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message too?
Ho, 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 ho. Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance.
You mean that piece of cloth? You mean the one that only proves she touched his vest at some point in fucking human history? Oh yeah, that's the smoking gun.
Come on, Rido, cough it up already. I know you have it.
What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright?
So you admit to it then, Chief Gant, that you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe.
Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence.
I'm saving again. It might cheat. Dang, Wakabi 100%ed Super Mario 64 DS? Let's fucking go. I've never 100% of that game. I played most of it, but I mostly did like the OG levels. I didn't play much of the new ones.
Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence.
Foolish move, Rido.
You'd think so. You'd think so, but no, it was actually the right move. Because you, for some reason, went on a villain monologue, completely fucking yourself over for no reason when I didn't present it.
You should have known it then, before it was too late.
It's been a long battle. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. Yabba dabba 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 dabba. Oh my god, I have to do it again. Well, this time I should be able to present because he's completely backed himself into a corner. Like, now it doesn't actually matter that her fingerprints are on it because he's admitted to the vase, which is the important part. That's the smoking gun. IMO. Show evidence. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now.
Game over, motherfucker! Go home!
The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. It's the vase.
Take that! Mr. Edgeworth, your opinion, please.
I think Mr. Wright's humor has improved at the expense of his defense. Damn it, it's not the vase.
Better polish up your defense.
Yeah, so it is just wanting me to show that. But that doesn't prove who the murderer is. Well, I guess it does in a roundabout way as well, just not as conclusively as the vase does. The vase is like a smoking gun. I don't understand why we're not focusing more on that. Like, the fact that he did this proves that it was him beyond any shadow of a doubt. It was found shattered. It was found shattered. It makes no sense otherwise. But I guess piece of cloth for now. We'll deal with the vase. I'm jumping the gun here. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut this piece of cloth out of the victim's vest?
Oh, yes! At last you finally brought it out into the open.
There's a handprint on this piece of cloth.
Your Honor, the prosecution requests that immediately be sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather, there must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly.
You mean...
It could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence.
Ho, 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 ho. You're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy.
What?
Think about it. Rido had all this time to present this evidence, yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be?
You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that.
But Mr. Wright, you really know?
Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer.
That's not even close to being logical. Very well, I'll tell you. It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. Guys, remember, if you lie once in court, but then you tell the truth the second time, it's okay, everything's forgiven. It's not a crime anymore. It's considered a oopsie uh-oh mistake accident, but then you made it better. And as Disney has always said, making up for a mistake is better than never committing it in the first place. If anything, this will just endear him to the judge even more. The fact that he lied about evidence in court. No, it's no use lie. Oh shit, my bad. I accidentally clicked on Gant.
What's the matter, Rido? Hurry up and tell us.
Sorry, I went off on a tangent there. It's Lord Ema Sky. It should be okay now. Here you go.
Take that!
Emma Sky!
What? They're mine?
Sorry, Emma. You're going to the chair.
But why? Why didn't you tell me?
Because I knew you'd be a freak about it, Emma. I knew you'd be a big geek about it. Ho, 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 ho. You're really something, Rido. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me.
So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death.
No! You fucking idiots. I need to remember when I'm playing this game that this game is like an alternate universe where everybody's a moron. That's like the most important thing to remember at all times. That was my biggest mistake. How could you? You monster!
Mrs. Sky!
You knew whose fingerprints were there all along, yet you acted like she really didn't. Miss Sky, it's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet. But I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to due pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. Not my badge. I love showing that to people. What's the matter, cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer. Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh? And what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall?
What?
Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask?
It was Emma Sky, wasn't it?
I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction.
What?
A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is. Yabba dabba 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 dabba.
Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth, what could it possibly contradict?
Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. Yabba dabba 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 hibba dabba 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 doo doo. I don't know what it wants me to do here. Is this what it wants me to bust out the fucking vase? At long last? Oh no, the photo. She said she took this as soon as she walked into the room, yeah? And what exactly is this supposed to be? So what was the point of the whole thing where I lost because I hid the evidence? Why couldn't I have just done this? This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out? Like, wouldn't this have the exact same effect minus his weird rant before where he admitted everything? Like, this still proves that as soon as she arrived, his vest was already cut. See where the piece of his vest was cut out?
Yes, his shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though.
Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs no doubt were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth.
Oh, but that piece of cloth. Wait, there's no blood on it.
Oh! Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. No, this is nonsense. It's playing the song. Guys, it's playing the song for the final time. Enjoy it. Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armorer's sword? Nailed it. Wait, so here's the thing I don't understand. With this new reality we've created, right? Not any of this. This all makes perfect sense, right? This is all fine. But the whole original story of why the dude was unconscious when we arrived, the serial killer guy, was because in his dying breath, Neil Marshall knocked him out, right? But according to our new scenario we presented, she saw him about to finish off the serial killer, mistook him for the serial killer, knocked him over, knocked out Neil. So what the fuck happened to the killer? I guess we'll find out. Then to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. And to make Lana believe that her sister did it. Yeah, once you hear this song, if you're on the stand, you know you're fucked. This is the song of I'm about to find out the lies. Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest? Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer.
No!
Yeah, see, that's why I don't get why it fucked me over when I revealed this immediately, because it's a smoking gun. That and the urn both definitively prove he's the killer, with no exception. Like, she walked in and took this fucking photo of the bloody vest. So even if he didn't admit to forging the evidence, the fact that this doesn't have blood on it, and this does have blood on it, before it shattered, both prove that he's the killer. With no room for doubt. Zero room for doubt. It's finally all over. Oh, he's objecting. Poor Gant.
Oh, that was close, Rado. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations.
What do you mean you refute his allegations?
You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence.
It was not approved by the police, but it is connected.
Order, order! What nonsense is this?
Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Ajay? Earlier, old Rado here concealed that piece of cloth.
Oh, so that's why they had to insta-game over me. So that they could have this last-ditch thing I have to deal with. That's so funny. If you just presented it right away, this would not have been a problem and it would have just ended there. That's hilarious.
So then, what's your excuse, Rado? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you?
Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. Time. Flashback over.
Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence.
At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence.
But that's not fair.
Did you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laugh's on you, son.
I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth?
True, legal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal.
Well, Mr. Wright?
Digga. It seems at last. The time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived.
Mr. Wright, do you admit to it?
Let me save again.
That you purposefully and illegally concealed this piece of cloth?
I mean, I did, and it would make more sense to be honest, but that's fucked me over in the past. Choosing the path of most logic has fucked me over into an instant game over before. So, maybe I should lie again. No, Your Honor, I didn't. Well, here's the thing. Let's take a quick gander over to evidence law real fast. Even if I did lie, that doesn't throw away the evidence. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. That part is going to be the hard one. But rule number 2 must be relevant to the case on trial. That doesn't change just because I hit it. So, that shouldn't change anything. But I saved anyway. I did. I lied. No, if I admit to that, all my planning will have been to nothing.
It seems Mr. Wright didn't understand the implication of his conduct.
If you're going to change your position, this is your only chance, Wright. He's right. I admit I refused to present it at one point.
So the evidence is illegal.
Objection.
No, it isn't, Mr. Gantz.
Huh?
It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't.
What do you mean you couldn't?
There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence.
No, Archie, don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. You can't really believe.
There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Oh, I see. So I had to bait him into, I had to bait the... Wait, no, that doesn't make any sense either. I was gonna say I had to bait the chief of police into asking me for the evidence so that it's technically police approved, according to Rule 1. But he did that before I refused to show it the first time. Like, that's what prompted me to do it or not. So that still doesn't make any sense. What am I missing here? There's only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not?
Very well. Let us settle this once and for all. Earlier, you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now.
I mean, I guess? Evidence law? So rule number 2 was guaranteed done at either way, because it was on the dude's vest, the dude who was killed. So regardless, it's relevant to the case on trial. And it was also approved by the police, but I guess I had to wait for him to do his rant. I'll present this. This seems right. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law.
What's this?
I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more.
What?
You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. Rule number 2. Unregistered evidence must be presented relevant to the case on trial. And here is the crux of the matter. You see, at the time it was impossible for me to prove... Yes, no it wasn't. That's so dumb. That's so stupid. You had a picture. You had a fucking picture of his bleeding corpse with a piece of the vest removed. That makes no sense. That's so stupid. But you know what? It works. It worked out in the end, so whatever. It was impossible for me to prove the relevance to the dead man whose vest it was. Between the cloth and the SL9 incident.
What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture.
Oh, okay, they're gonna go into it. Good. Sorry, but can you recall when was that picture presented?
That was shown only a few moments ago.
Oh, really? Oh, I had the order mixed up in my head. I guess that makes sense then.
No.
He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest?
Oh, yes. Yes.
No! It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim... Okay, so I guess what it is... I guess what it really is when it boils down to it is like... Before, when I first showed it, he just said that I was concealing evidence. And so he didn't actually approve it, like physically. He didn't go out and say, this is evidence for the case. But when he was going on his big rant, he actively, like, called it as evidence. I guess. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person who that could be. Emma Sky! Oh, Damon Gant, the killer was you. It was Detective Gumshoe. This guy's going nuts, dude. He loves it. He loves being evil.
I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years, he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me.
Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty.
He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr, then convinced Bruce Goodman.
Detective Goodman?
Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've got to help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit.
He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence.
Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden, he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman?
Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There's too many questions left unanswered.
So you killed him?
He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said,
It's not too late. I'm gonna hand all this over to Marshall.
Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it, that accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out.
Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime.
Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor I didn't realize my fatal mistake.
The bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker. So yeah, if you're just joining us, there's 2 cases going on right now. There's the SL9 incident, which is the one way in the past, which we were talking about, with the dead body and the piece of the vest and all that shit. And then there's this, which is a bunch of detectives were working behind his back to reopen SL9. And so he killed the chief detective, Goodman. Well, somebody mysterious did, but we figured it out. The bloody handprint on Gumshoe's locker.
I used to be known as the crime computer, but everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it.
Then you put the body in my car.
I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body.
How did you move the body through the entire police station and into the car? I guess the implication is that literally every single cop was at that stupid award ceremony thing in another room.
I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will.
Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how? How could you get Miss Skye involved in all this?
Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out.
So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker?
I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take.
So, you left the jar fragments in the glove?
Yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer.
He's so proud of himself, dude. He loves it.
They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay.
Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination, except for that one handprint, which held up incredibly well under examination. You must have known that.
Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court?
Me?
You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone.
So, he wanted to take down crime by killing detectives.
Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Wudgy.
What?
Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend.
I'm sorry too, Damon Gant. I knew you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person.
Those days are gone now, Wudgy. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Rado here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning.
He got a big-ass mouth, dude. That's for eating crime with. There are two things I want you to understand.
Yes?
First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent.
You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. In my tell-all memoir, which I will sell for profit. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I helped Gant forge evidence up until today.
So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered.
I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble.
My, what high standards you have, for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top.
Bring. She's happy, dude. She was never happy before. She was sad because she had to help the chief cover up an evil murder of Doom.
I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright.
Miss Sky.
And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you.
It was nothing.
Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth.
Stop it. I only did my job. He's getting all embarrassed, dude.
In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky,
Yes, Your Honor.
you are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be held for these crimes at a later date.
Yes, I understand, Your Honor.
Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling?
It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains.
Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. And then she disappeared. She turned into a white ooze and flew out the ceiling, dude. So, all because her stupid, shitty sister didn't even kill somebody, she had to do that? That sucks, man. Emma is the absolute worst. She didn't even do the murdering part right. Like, when she was trying to save the detective, she ended up shoving the detective and knocking him out and letting him get murdered. She's the worst. Wait, so what happened with the killer? Like, the serial killer guy that the detective was trying to protect her from. She shoved the detective because she thought he was the killer. And the killer was like, no, don't stab me. Then he got knocked out. How the fuck did the killer get knocked out? Am I crazy? Does that make no sense? Or am I insane? I feel like this makes no sense. Oh, we don't have that picture, right? That was just in her memories. No, we have it on the back of the evidence list. Look. This is like what she saw the moment before she ran up and pushed him. She thought this guy with the knife was the killer, but this was the prosecutor, the victim. So she shoves him, knocks him out while this guy's on his knees begging for his life. What the fuck happened to this guy? Did he die of a broken heart? Did he die of a fucking swag overdose? What happened?
Well, this trial has gone on far too long already. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, not guilty!
Woo! The final not guilty.
You did it, Goku! You saved the day!
That is all. The court is adjourned.
February 25th, 5:03 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 2. Number 2. This is the poo-poo lobby, dude. At long last, it's finally over. Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook and got killed in the electric chair, but at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit.
No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended.
I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright.
This is a fucking really long case. It's been well over 10 hours at this point. It was all of last stream, which was 5 hours. It's been 4.5 hours of this stream, and it was like 2 hours of the stream before that of Ace Attorney. It's fucking insane. This is such a long case. I feel like some pieces don't make any sense, like namely how he carried the blood-stained body all the way to Edgeworth's car without leaving a blood trail or any cops noticing, or anybody on the street noticing for that matter. And like what happened with the killer getting knocked out. But it's still pretty good. I mean, it's a DLC case, so it didn't need to be as tight narratively as the other cases were. It was just like slightly disappointing that it wasn't quite as well written. But it's still really good. I still really enjoy it.
And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days.
Like, one of the biggest things I was looking forward to was finding out, like, damn, there's gonna be some crazy secret for how the chief of police managed to transport the dead body all the way to the garage, right? The prosecutor's office garage. Like, how the hell did he do that? That's insane. But it turned out to just kind of be, don't think about it. Don't worry about that.
You have suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well.
You know, I did my best too. But Lana didn't say a single word to me.
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals.
I fucking love Gumshoe so much, dude. He's the absolute worst timing.
Oh, yes I am. I'll come back later.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? I love how they just fade back in.
You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run all around while on duty? And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding.
Oh, are you here because of my sister again?
Nope, not this time. I came today because of you, pal.
Me?
That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone.
Oh my god, it's Edgeworth!
Lana!
Should you be doing...
Oh, should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know.
Well, I won't tell if you won't.
Emma, I owe you an apology.
It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it.
That day, 2 years ago, was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess.
Sis.
I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake. But now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. Of being evil. Ever since I had to start wearing this weird Nazi commandant uniform and ninja scarf, I've never been the same. But I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours.
Not eyes, the scariest of all body parts. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew.
But sis, you know I'd never look at you with my eyes.
No,
Huh?
I turned my back on you that day. And hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you.
Sis.
Dude, every single piece of like narrative fabric of this game is telling you about how evil it is to lie and to avoid the truth. And yet the way you solve the final case is by obfuscating the truth. Like, what? It's so inconsistent with the rest of the game.
I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry.
But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy.
You're happy?
I'm happy. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have.
Well, I'm going to prison now. See you in the obituaries.
Aw, that's so sweet. It's too bad I think they said the only sentence was death in this world. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because we feel like it. And it is from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. Wow. At least that's what I felt watching the two sisters make out. Make up! No, that's a very different sentence. Whoops.
Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe.
Me?
Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. In hell. Isn't that right, Edgeworth?
Edgeworth?
Stop hiding and come over here.
He's so fucking angry all the time. I fucking love Edgeworth. He's so stupid. He went from being so cool to like the dumbest character ever, and I'm so there for that. The himbofication of Edgeworth is almost complete. Where was he hiding?
I just came to say, congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Right, well, I'll be going now.
See ya.
Peace.
Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you.
Even though you admitted to it in like the second case that you falsified evidence.
It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right.
You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. Same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Yeah, Edgeworth's gonna become evil, dude. Even though he already was evil and then got retcons to be good, now he's gonna be evil again.
I do despise criminals. I planned to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now.
But Edgeworth,
who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor.
What?
Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said, in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You cheated by colluding with the defense attorney. You were working together with Mr. Wright. And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright?
Huh? What? Oh yeah, we did cheat pretty good. Come on, Mr. Wright. Show him what Lana's talking about.
Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. Yeah, I have no fucking idea what the game wants. I'm not gonna lie, I checked out from the brain part of this game. Yub. I don't know, man. Lana's picture, because she sent it, but that wasn't us together. I think the leather scrap is probably talking about. That might mean something to you. It's not. But I don't see how it had anything to do with our partnership. Huh? Mr. Wright, it seems you still have a lot to learn as well. I guess that wasn't the right piece of evidence.
It's time for me to go.
Mr. Edgeworth!
It's time for me to go. Goodbye, I'm ascending to heaven now. There are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor.
What was the evidence that I was supposed to present him? Edgeworth, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember, you can let what happened to kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you.
I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem.
Oh my god, he's becoming so evil! Oh, the drawing, because he had the other half. That's so sweet. It's like two halves of their heart. But, yeah, okay, I get it now. we had to mash our drawings together. That's so adorable, but I totally forgot. Yeah, that's right. He had the stupid little vase drawing.
But what I face now is my problem.
Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court.
Farewell.
See ya. Salute. I'd better get going too. You know, to the electric chair.
Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon. Your tombstone, that is.
It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you.
Scientific investigation?
It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well.
Thanks, sis. I will.
Okay, bye. That was really sweet. I like that ending. Except for the part where I fucked up. Except for the part where I fucked up the really, really obvious ending thing. What did I even show him the leather scrap? That was so dumb. That had nothing to do with it. Like, at all. I thought it was supposed to be like, look, you learned to be a huge scumbag just like him by hiding evidence. And so another case came to a close, and Edgeworth ascended to heaven and Lana got electrocuted to death. As for the sisters, I have faith. Oh, that's so sweet. Faith that their lives, however short hers will be, have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. I like how Edgeworth was like the biggest one in his heart. Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this.
But
I thought you said it was okay.
Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are different.
Did he fucking bust her out? What the hell? Huh?
Basically, I had to bribe a guard.
Oh my god, he's insane. Gumshoe is a fucking insane person.
In order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either.
Huh?
way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side.
Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here is the one who'll be footing the bill.
I was just gonna say, after his slashed salary and then getting fired, I didn't know I had afforded that. Huh?
What, you think I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal.
Huh?
Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best.
Why is it I suddenly feel like I want to scream?
Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together?
Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go.
Oh, that's awesome. What a great way to end it. That was great. That was super funny. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking too. How the fuck did he afford that? I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top coroner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my life. Still, I'll manage to find my way back to the field somehow, in the afterlife. Then I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. I was just about to ask what's gonna happen to Emma, considering she's still a kid and her only living family is fucking dead. Well, not dead, but you know, she's in jail. I forgot for a second that my joke reality was not the real reality, that she wasn't getting executed.
Yikes, I thought I was a goner for a moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalized you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said.
I thought they did fire him.
It just goes to show, you can't shake me off that easy.
Yeah, Gumshoe. Yo, I'm so sad Larry Butts didn't show up in the final case. He should have been the star witness. Man, that was so good. I don't know when I'm going to start Ace Attorney 2. I think it'll probably be on a Wednesday still. It'll probably still be the Wednesday time slot. I stream every day from 4 to 9 p.m. Central, which means 15 more minutes today. But I've just been doing this first playthrough of Ace Attorney, the first game.
My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard.
I do not remember his voice.
My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them though. Someday I'm gonna make detective. Yes, sir. Then I can be just like that Dick Gumshoe.
Yo, I love Meekins. I hope Meekins comes back. He rules. Is this specific credits just for this DLC part? I'm so fucking curious to hear what the voices are actually supposed to sound like. I need to watch like the show version of this. Here's the Blue Badger, dude. So it's so funny because so much of this case hinged upon a complete coincidence. The Blue Badger just happening to look like that vase from a certain angle. No, the Badger's dead. Oh, that sucks. I liked that case. It was really fun. It got a little wacky at the end. It went a little off the rails, but it was still fun. It was still great. I still think the best case was probably the one with the Steel Samurai.
What is it? Can't you see I'm having me a showdown with a steak lunch? Miss Starr managed to sneak this into me. She's seen one of the guards, it seems. Well, cowboy, looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina her smile back.
Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water? I'm not watering your fucking cactuses, dude. Oh yeah, he's going to jail too. Because he, stole evidence? Oh yeah, he hit, Meekins. Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. Sorry, I just wanted to let that hang, make it real dramatic. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu. The Right Way Lunch. The top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer's as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. Okay, see ya. Yeah, he did only name one cacti. He's got favorites, dude. He's got fucking favoritism. Good job, Ben Judd. I feel like the local... Brandon Gay. I feel like the localization team did a really good job in this game. It's like really charming, the way it's localized.
I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left?
Fuck you.
Anyway, he said he's been doing something or the other for how many years? Anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I'd better be... Huh? Oh no! I forgot my gavel. Sorry, gotta go.
Yo, we finally saw his chair. I feel like a lot of the localization stuff took a lot of liberties too, so it's a good thing it ended up well. I think like the burger thing especially. How Maya shows up in like traditional Japanese clothes and she's always talking about hamburgers and jelly donuts. I don't know, maybe that is how it usually is, but that feels like a localization thing. I thought this game was really well localized though. No, go away Maya, no one likes you.
Ah, nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objections. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium.
Mystic Maya, afternoon training's about to begin.
Coming. Well, see you around, Nick.
Bye. Oh, it's ramen. Oh my god, that makes so much sense. It's not hamburgers. Goddamn. I love stupid localization stuff like that. It feels like so 90s anime. It feels like so Sailor Moon Pokemon. Like just dumb changes for no reason. I adore that shit. Yeah, but I really liked the Steel Samurai case. I think that was still my favorite case. It was the perfect amount of like twists and turns while also still being like very coherent and tight narratively. Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, I brought you your tea. Why does he work here now? What's going on? Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Oh shit, Edgeworth left. Oh my god. Edgeworth's going on a spirit journey of his own, dude. Holy crud. The difference is I actually like Edgeworth and I hate Maya. She's annoying.
Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm gonna go to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book.
What? Oh my god. Dude, she smuggled herself out in the book. She flattened herself like Paper Mario and slid between the pages to escape prison. She's so fucking crafty, dude. There she is. Oh, what the fuck? That's not her at all. Oh. It's a picture. Okay, that makes more sense. My bad, my bad. Oh, that's so sweet. That's back when she was a detective. I guess this was like before the whole, you know, kidnapping, hostage situation thing. And Larry Butts, please. Could we get a Larry Butts for the very end? Achievement unlocked. Rise from the ashes. I guess not. I guess that is just the actual end of it. Man, that was so good. Dang, I really want to start the second one. Maybe I will start it next week. I kind of want to like give at least like a week gap so people don't get super sick of Ace Attorney, but it's so good. It's super fun. Justice for All is the name of the next one. Okay. 2002. That's an old ass game. And then 2004 was Trials and Triligodations. Dang it, that was so good. Well, I hope you all enjoyed Phoenix Wright, the first one. Again, we will get around to the second one pretty soon. Maybe even next week, but I'm not sure. I'll probably give it a week or so people don't get really sick of Ace Attorney. But yeah, I stream every day, 4 to 9 p.m. Central, except for Tuesdays. ! Discord in the chat gets you a link to that, so you can see when I go live and all that good stuff. For the rest of today's stream, since we still have 8 minutes left, I'm going to play a game about monkeys.
But yeah, that's Ace Attorney. I really, really enjoyed Ace Attorney a lot. I thought it was like genuinely well-written mystery stuff, but also like funny and fun, which is always a joy. Like, I super enjoy mystery games. I love mystery games. Like, even really dry stuff like Sherlock Holmes games, I still love that shit. But I feel like Ace Attorney does a really good job of making it entertaining as well as fun to solve the crimes, you know? Now, some of the mechanics I feel like could have been a little better, like, especially during the investigation segments when you just have to go through all your evidence and show it to people over and over again. Hopefully some of that stuff gets trimmed back in the second game, but overall, that was super good. I'm really glad I finally got around to playing Phoenix Wright, because I've heard about that franchise, like, forever. I just never got around to trying it, you know? Okay, so we're gonna play this game about monkeys for like 3 minutes, but yeah, that's it for Ace Attorney. So if you're just here for Ace Attorney, I really hope you enjoyed it. You can expect to see me back to this game on a Wednesday in the near future, within the next month. And yeah, again, in the Discord, you can know exactly when I'm gonna start it, because I'll announce it in there. But I'll think about it for a bit first, if I want to take a break week or not.